They pick up vulnerable street vendors, buy their flowers and other merchandise, then drive them home to get them off the streets and out of harm's way.
Por favor, no salgan un rato. Dios los cuide y Dios los bendiga, You see them in the streets right now where they're just being picked up and taken, and my heart was tugged when I saw a couple of them hiding behind a rock or, just sitting ducks. So I just decided to take action.
This lady admitted on camera that she is afraid, but she says she has no choice. She has to work.
They're a little resistant at first, and then I reassure them that, hey, I'm here to do something nice for you guys. I just want to give you guys some money and send you guys home. Then everything changes. They're so thankful and full of gratitude.
Thanks to cash donations, Tito was able to cover the woman's rent this month. He urged her to stay home while the raids continue.
Okay, no sale, okay? Por favor, cuídese, okay?
We're just here to lend that helping hand to relieve some of that stress. I can imagine not being able to go out of my house to purchase things that I needed.
Local Hearts Foundation has received a share of hateful messages, but Tito remains undeterred.
This is not political at all for us. This is about feeding.
Bull, it is political.
Families. It's really us saving us. That's why I always say it takes us to save us. It's not the big corporations that you think would come to the rescue at a moment like this, right? It's none of those. It's average Joes that turn into savage pros right now. It's them.
Tito says as long as the ICE raids continue in Southern California, so will his efforts to help people in need.
Hey Barry.
The liberal media here? Will pull on your heartstrings.
Come on over here, brother.
In order to try to keep you from thinking for yourself.
So I finally got the package together to send to Mike.
Don't let them pull at your heartstrings.
So Mike will...
these people made choices.
Carry this to Cumberland.
Now, these are the ramifications of the choices. And this is, this is what enforcing the law looks like.
This is a package that
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Step-by-step instructions.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
When you get hit by hail in Colorado, and you will, you better have a roofer on speed dial. I do, and it's Golden Spike Roofing. With over 70 years of combined roofing experience, they've not only seen everything, they've fixed everything. And they're honest, licensed, and insured. So if you get hit with hail, high winds, or know you've got an older roof, call for a free inspection from Golden Spike Roofing. Just call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386. Or find them online. GoldenSpikeRoofing.com.
What's the biggest mistake you could make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Summers are beautiful in Colorado, so don't spend them painting. Do what your neighbor Tom did. He called Rhino Shield.
Our house was built in 1986. The paint was starting to look a little worn. I decided I needed to give Rhino Shield a call.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
The Rhino Shield crew was quite good, and the people were top-notch. I basically came home 2 days after they started it, and it was done.
Right now, Colorado, you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
Even now, when we're riding together, we come home, we're like, man, that looks great. And we've had compliments from friends that have been over and looking at it, and it just really looks awesome.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Announcing the sell-off of a small, very special 1,000-acre ranch in the shadows of the Spanish Peaks at bargain prices on Saturday, June 28th. Here's just one example. 35 acres with electric, just $59.9. The ranch is just off I-25 south of Colorado Springs. It's a mix of high-rolling plains with scattered juniper and rock outcroppings, home to bighorn sheep, deer, antelope, and plentiful small game. It offers jaw-dropping views west to the Rockies and east to the Tranquil River Valley. Great financing is available. One-day sell-off Saturday, June 28th, starting at 9 a.m. Learn more, take a video tour at 866coranch.com, then call 866-CO-RANCH to make plans to visit Saturday, June 28th. Ask about the beautiful ranch headquarters on 35, 70, or 105 acres at a great price. That's call or click 866coranch.com.
Discover unparalleled comfort with L&L Heating and Air Conditioning. Your locally family-owned experts, proudly boasting an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, we offer reliability you can trust. Right now, enjoy $1,000 off a new AC and furnace with qualifying equipment, plus a free humidifier with installation. Financing options available. Schedule your air conditioning full system evaluation and cleaning today for only $59. Visit BestDenverHVAC.com. L&L Heating and Air. You'll be comfortable with us.
Are you tired of the stock market roller coaster? How much money can you afford to lose in your retirement accounts? I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. I want to tell you about the Guaranteed Income Account, a retirement plan that offers a 15% bonus, long-term care benefits, and guarantees you'll never lose any principal. If you have an old 401k or just want to diversify into a retirement account that is guaranteed never to lose money, check out MyMoneyMyWay.com. That's MyMoneyMyWay.com.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
We've got a pinpoint weather alert day for the possibility of some severe storms later on this afternoon. Highs today in the low 80s. Look for those storms to get going mainly after 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon and could see some large hail.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Regarding auto loan rates, credit card interest, mortgage rates, testifying to a congressional panel, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell says the central bank's in no hurry to lower the bank interest rates that affect consumer loans. Powell says he wants more clarity about the extent of Trump tariffs. Powell says the U.S. economy remains strong. Positive reaction to word from President Trump of a Iran-Israel ceasefire. Following strong showings of Asian stock markets, Wall Street major indexes are solidly higher. Crude oil prices dropped a bit earlier. But after 5 consecutive months of decline, then an upswing last month, the Conference Board's consumer confidence readings fell back this month, says ABC's Jim Ryan.
Conference Board analysts say the numbers suggest that consumers still anticipate a recession later this year.
U.S. official confirms drones unsuccessfully targeted some U.S. military bases in Iraq last night, and there were no American casualties. This is ABC News. Whooshing.
A company called Beta Technologies has completed the first flight of an electric plane carrying passengers from East Hampton to JFK.
Charging this thing up and flying out here cost us about $8 in fuel.
The company's Kyle Clark says the 6-passenger electric plane is remarkably quiet.
We could talk to each other the whole time. There's no jet engine. It's just a quiet whooshing across the plane.
At least one airline, Republic, has bought one of the planes to start training its pilots. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Look who's planning their own big military parade. China's leaders, September 3rd, to mark the 80th anniversary of Japan surrendering in World War II. A father, mother, and 22-year-old son who allegedly treated patients in a fake dental clinic without any license or professional training for 2 years in the Czech Republic were arrested and plead guilty. Police say the son looked up how to do procedures like tooth pulling on the internet. All 3 face up to 8 years in prison. Chuck Severson, ABC News.
That's exactly right.
When disaster strikes, keeping in touch with family and friends and reaching public safety officials is critical. To prepare for power outages caused by severe weather or other conditions, you should create an emergency communication plan. First, check important cell phone contacts, including doctors, veterinarians, utilities, and insurance companies, and note local non-emergency numbers. Store at least one contact as in case of emergency, and make sure that person knows if you have medical issues. Also, make sure everyone in your house knows how to text. Check backup batteries for all your phones and fully charge cell phones, batteries, and rechargers. Sign up to receive mobile phone alerts. Back up and print out important personal data. You might buy a battery-operated, solar-powered, or hand-cranked radio or portable TV to monitor news. Start preparing today. For more info, go to fcc.gov/emergency.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Douglas County residents voting today on whether to become a home rule county. County Commissioner George Teal says a home rule charter could exempt the county from certain laws like Senate Bill 3, a gun measure, because of a certain phrase he says the legislation lacks.
It's meant to be statewide application. It doesn't say of state concern anywhere in that bill.
Former Commissioner Laura Thomas opposes home rule.
I heard George say on the radio last week that Senate Bill 3, that's the gun control bill, he wants to put that in our charter so we don't have to follow that law. That's just not true.
There are currently 2 Colorado home rule counties. Coloradans will be paying more for licenses and license plates next week. The Division of Motor Vehicles plans to increase fees for licenses, learner's permits, state IDs, and vehicle record searches next Monday. License plates and electric vehicle registration fees will also increase on Tuesday, July 1st. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, we're looking better in a few areas where we had an accident late southbound at University, still slowing from Broadway and I-70 westbound out near Federal. Actually had a stall there. There's supposed to be maintenance work on the right side of the highway. It's been slow from Colorado, but I'm seeing improvement there as well. Southbound 25 coming into downtown, sluggish through Spear. 270's a little heavy, even 225, a little leftover volume around Parker heading south back to I-25. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. Starring John Fogerty, Bryan Adams, Sammy Hagar, Mariah Carey, Tim McGraw, Jelly Roll, Ed Sheeran, and more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Superstar performances, never before seen collaborations, and once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe. Get your iHeartRadio Music Festival tickets now at AXS.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything! The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you need home repairs, don't let it ruin your day. There's no need to worry, Plumline's on the way. From heating and cooling to plumbing to electrical problems, we'll fix it for you. Plumline, the name you can trust. Plumline, you can count on us. Service at home, service at heart. Plumline Services.
Denver's Talk Station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. We are here solving your problems, answering questions, taking complaints.
Here's how the show works. You call 303-MARTINO 24/7, 303-627-8466 from all over this country. You call us, we solve your problems if we can, or we tell you where you went wrong or what could be done to prevent it. We help those listening as well. And then we have guests on as well. Today I have Barry Miller with us from Vesta Turnkey. So much curiosity about his program. So many people misunderstand it. Not in a bad way, but they think it's people group together and buy houses, and it's not that at all, but it's how to become a landlord. And we'll be talking to Barry coming up, but he's sitting with me if you're streaming. He's right here. Hello, Barry. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Hey, great to be here, Tom.
So if you had to, in a couple sentences, describe Vesta Turnkey, in a couple sentences now, not a speech, what would you say?
Through extensive research, all of our customers are receiving 35, 40% or more annual returns on their investment, cash on cash returns. Because of thorough research, they actually own the property, all turnkey. They own an individual home that we have selected through an extremely accurate process. So they'll have no tenant problems, typically, no management problems. We have all the people in place.
You assign a supervisor for each owner.
For each owner. We have a coordinator.
Is mine Dave? Is mine Dave? I know you help me personally.
I back up, but Dave is your personal.
And I'm closing on my third home today with my investors. I put together a different kind of program for those listening. Not a different program. It is Vesta Turnkey. It's 100% Vesta. But Vesta Turnkey requires a cash investment down, and then you get a loan and you own a rental. And that rental is managed through a management company arranged by Vesta. Vesta takes your phone calls and takes, in other words, if the tenant calls the management company and the management company needs to make a decision, they talk to Vesta. Vesta filters and shelters you from all the conventional risks and hassles. So I'm on my house number 3, but the reason I did it is I had investors coming to Wave 8 Wealth Management, and they wanted to do Vesta, but they didn't want to do the whole thing. They just wanted to do it with a partner or two. So I put together a series of LLCs for people who don't want to do the whole chunk. Now remember, doing the whole chunk is the way it's designed. You go there, you buy a house. If you want to go through me, you'll own a portion of it, usually 20% of it. So it depends on what you want to do. We both can accommodate you for the same program, but it's always better to go direct, have a property in your name, and then manage that property through them, and then sell it when they tell you to sell it, and take advantage of their program. So he'll be here today. Right now, Mike, though, called in with a issue with an auto body shop. So I want to start with Mike. Phone calls take priority here. It's 303-627-8466. Now, we also have a local number in the studio here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mike, what's going on with you, Mike?
Yes, hello, how are you?
Good, what's happening?
I took my car that was wrecked by my wife over a year ago to an auto body shop. He's had it for 14 months.
Well, hold on a second. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah,
14 months. Why has it been there 14 months?
That's what I've been trying to find out.
Hold on. Is this an insurance repair, or are you paying for it out of pocket? Mike, did we have a problem with Mike's connection? Guys, or do we have a problem?
Possibly.
Okay, possibly. Yeah. We're going to have to get...
confirmed.
We're going to have to reestablish with Mike. But I can think of no reason why you would have 14 months in a body shop. We'll get him back on. Peter. What's going on, Peter?
I seen your show a couple days ago, and it seems like you really have the enthusiastics to cause the controversy that I need to put 2 ex-mayors and a police chief in jail.
Oh my God, that sounds serious. Now, tell me your story, because I'm just going to tell you something, Peter. When people call in like that right off the bat, and say something like that, I think, uh-oh, is this a nut or does this guy have a real case? So go ahead and tell your story.
That's the problem that I have when I call the Attorney General, Executive Attorney General, and my governor, and it was the CARES Act.
Yeah, people are always going to wonder, is this guy legit? I mean, everyone does that, no matter what. So tell your story and let's decide what's going on, Peter.
Well, the story is I lived in a storage facility for 15 years. The real quick part about this.
Wait, you live there in a storage facility?
Yeah, and ex-mayor that rented to me lied on a police report and said I didn't live there. That's the first lie against them, and that's on paper through the country.
Now, hold on. So you rented a storage facility. Where was this? Where is it? Where's this?
Country Club Hills, Illinois.
In Illinois. Okay. So you rent a storage facility in Illinois, and what's
Correct.
the name of the storage facility?
It was called Premier or Precise Auto Body Shop, and then they had a back lot, which was maybe 4 or 5 acres, and they parked trucks, cars, boats, trains, and etc.
Okay, so they have storage in the back. And did you say the mayor owned it?
At one time, the mayor, then he turned to ex-mayor because they kick you out after being a mayor for so long. What do they say that rolls over, like the next mayor's in charge for too many years or something?
Yeah, it's term limits. Term limits. But Peter.
Yeah, okay, yeah, term limits. Okay, yeah.
Peter.
Okay.
Peter, how much were you paying for this facility monthly?
$500.
And you were there for 15 years. Then what happened?
They poisoned my dogs, and then the theft started.
This sounds... Peter, okay, you're not living there anymore, right?
No, I got everything destroyed, and I landed in a hospital for 2 years.
So did you just get out of the hospital?
Last May, correct.
Do you mind if I ask what kind of hospital? Was it a mental hospital?
No, it wasn't a mental hospital because I was fully aware of what happened. There was a propane explosion after he cut all the electricity off of me.
Okay, so to get rid of you, the ex-mayor did some shenanigans. What did the ex-mayor do to get rid of you?
Well, what he did is he tried to make me go nuts. That would land me into a mental facility, and I just stepped back. What he did to me is he stole my 1987 Grand National, which was one of the spots that I rented.
And what city was he? What city was he the ex-mayor? Was he mayor of? What city?
He was the mayor of Homer Glen.
Homer Glen?
Illinois.
Homer Glen.
Yes.
Okay. So anyway, where does it stand today? What can we do for you today?
What do you mean exactly?
Like, why are you calling today? What can we do for you?
I want to expose him because the executive and the attorney general and the governor Prickster won't call back when I give a complaint. Like they're asking me questions and I'm answering them.
What is your complaint, though? That's what I need to know. What is your complaint? You got out of the hospital last year. You've been out of that place for a couple years now. So what is your complaint? Right. What is your complaint today?
Is I believe my civil rights lawyer has been paid off because he's turning into a narcissist, telling me everything that's wrong, and it's just like, no, that's not what we were agreed upon. We agreed
Peter,
upon.
hold on a second. Just hold on. Okay, listen. This is an example of a problem that goes deep. Okay, now here's the deal. Here's what I want to do for fun, and to see what. I don't know if Peter's got a case. I don't know what he's calling about today. Here's what I want to do. Chopper, you're in the studio. I want to give the guy at least a hearing off the air. Take some notes, and then I want you to interpret for us. I want you to be our AI. I want you to summarize this and tell us what he's calling about. Can you go talk to him right now?
Yeah, Tom, that's not a problem.
Let's do that. Now, listen. When people call with problems like this, what do I do? What should I do? You guys tell me, what should I do? I listen to people because not everyone's a nut, but at the same time, when you talk about living in a storage facility, then they turned against you and they plotted against you. Your own attorney was paid off. I mean, really, and think about this. I mean, think about the calls I get like that. What would you do with calls like this? I'm asking my people, what would you do? Come on, tell me the truth. What would you do? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're going to give him We're going to give him a listen off the air and figure out what he's trying to tell us. Now, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Waterpros.net, the best water systems, the lowest prices anywhere. Get your reverse osmosis 1200 for the kitchen sink and get rid of all forever chemicals and plastics and chlorine and all of that crap for just $39.95 for the entire house. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554, the best.
Yep.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Okay, Discount Bath is a place to get your bathroom done at a discount. It's that simple. Why do they do discounts? Because they want to be competitive, and they want to prove it to you. They'll give you a price without even coming out to your home. Go to discountbath.com. Find out how they work. They do beautiful bathrooms, whether it's for your dream home, fix and flip, or rental. You can upload a video, give them an idea of what you want, and then they will send you a price. Go to discountbath.com to get started. They'll give you an upload link. Then walk around to the hall room bath, or maybe in the basement where it's roughed in, or your master bath or a Jack and Jill bath, and say, I want to move this here. I want to do a walk-in shower here. I want to make a double vanity here, whatever. Just do a narration, a video, and upload it. Discountbath.com. Wave 8 Wealth Management. You hear me talk about it. It's the company I started for me. I was selfish. I was sick and tired of people masquerading as financial advisors when really all they want to do is sell you something. They want to sell you an annuity, or they want to sell you an insurance policy, or they want to sell you some kind of stocks where they get special commissions. Here's what I'm telling you. We don't try to sell you anything. We invest your money and advise you on what's best for you. Now, sometimes it might be an annuity. I am not putting anyone down or anything down. What I'm saying is you need someone who puts their money where their mouth is. And my money is invested 100% in this company alongside yours. If that's the kind of advisement you want, be my partner. Get in touch with us. 303-771-HELP, 771-4357, wave8capital.com.
Thank you.
Hey, Chopper, give that guy a fair hearing. See what he wants to tell you.
Tom, I've said only good things about you. I don't know why you gave this.
I know. I want to hear a story. Then I want you to come on and relate it to us.
Okay.
It'll be fun. Mark, I got to talk to Mark here.
Good luck.
I think I lost. I'll call it 15 pounds.
Would you want to talk to someone?
No, I was just going to say hi to Shannon.
Okay, go ahead.
Why would you do that? Tough guy. I can't believe Tom let you in.
Well, you know what I mean. He did, bald guys.
All the layer of security there. That's good.
I played the old man bald card.
Looked like Artie Johnson coming in.
Yeah, tripping over things.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And he did it. It worked.
Good to have you.
Yeah,
good to have you there.
Good to hear you.
You too.
Have a good morning.
Yeah. It's too late for me. Save yourself.
Okay.
I need to make a category on my call screener for nut job. I do.
Sounds like something you'd pay $20 for.
They have good stories.
I know.
Okay, well, let's get you on the show, madam. What is your name? Sarah. Perfect. We'll go ahead and get you on so you can give some feedback. I think that would be, Tom would very much like to hear what you have to say. So hang on for me, and he'll be with you momentarily, okay? No problem.
I told Mark.
North of Interstate 80, east of Interstate 355. Boy, I drove all that shit.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Sarah's got a comment on that call I took from Peter. Now, some people are saying I should have hung up on him. The guy's a nut job. Somebody else says it makes good radio. Look, I'm letting people call with any and all problems, and then we'll decide where and what to do with it, okay? Even if it's recommending help for the guy. This guy apparently lived 15 years in a storage facility. He believes the world's out to get him. Homer Glen, Illinois. He says that the ex-mayor plotted against him, blah, blah, blah. Chopper's talking to him now. So what is your comment on that, Sarah?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for taking my call. I'm surprised I was just making an information kind of call, but I want to thank you also for your long years of service to thousands and thousands of us who get to ramp up our intelligence by listening. My experience with my son is we had rented an apartment a few years ago here in Colorado Springs and encountered some things that I've never encountered firsthand with before. We thought we moved into something deluxe. We had been in a place that was very downtrodden, and it was just a beautiful place to live. It met all my criteria, but the folks that we rented from were not on the up and up. And over time, we found out that they observed that they were trespassing. Our Wi-Fi would get shut off. I would call and ask Verizon, hey, is there an outage out here? And they say no. Or
so, Sarah, why were they doing that? Why were they doing that?
Because they're criminals.
So, Sarah, are you saying, wait a minute, are you saying that part of what Peter was saying rang true to you, and you can see where people can think you're nuts and basically people are out to get you? Are you really saying that right now? Is that what did you hear stuff in Peter's story that you thought to yourself, yeah, that could happen?
Absolutely.
So you were renting a place and your landlord was trespassing in your apartment?
Yes.
And do you believe the landlord was doing any, well, like, what was the motive of the landlord? And again, Sarah, I want to be fully transparent here. I never make fun of people, but I have to discern when people call me, and I'm serious about this. Does someone have a legit problem, or are they imagining it, or are they maybe a little paranoid? So that's what I'm trying to get at, because I am sure there's a little bit of truth in almost everything. So what gave you the impression the landlord was coming after you, and why? Why didn't the landlord simply evict you?
Well, and we completed our lease with a notice in advance and held up our side of everything. The reason, what I discovered over time, I knew that he was not of the same faith as me. What I didn't know is that he was deeply involved in the occult. And so some people that are involved with certain kinds of worship, if you want to call it that, are highly invested, even personality-wise, in breaking rules. And they are actually in pursuit of power as opposed to other things that
so
you and
you're
I
saying
might.
you're saying that your landlord's motives were pure evil, basically, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
Okay. All right.
Absolutely. And there's evidence that he did it before.
Well, I appreciate you calling and giving. She's trying. What she's trying to say to me is, don't be quick to call people nuts. You never know. And thank you, Sarah, for calling. Here's the thing. I'm starting out this morning with one guy living in a storage facility 15 years who believes that an ex-mayor who was renting to him was out to get him, and they plotted against him. They stole his stuff. He ended up in the hospital getting sick for 2 years. He just got out last year. In my opinion, that man's suffering from mental illness. That's my opinion. Now, Sarah, she calls and says, wait a minute. Things like this have happened to me. Weird stuff. We got a landlord in the occult. That landlord was trespassing. That landlord was doing evil things. Is she a nut? Or is it, here's what I'm asking. What do I do? Am I a judge and jury? What do I do? D, what would you do? What would you do?
Sarah to
Go ahead.
I would advise Sarah to get out of that situation and remove herself.
Well, she did. She did, obviously, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that there are a lot of people who are they're out there over analyzing other people's motivation and other people's past actions when they really have no bearing on this particular person's life anymore. So just
do you think there, how do I put this? There are a lot of mentally ill people who seek help, and they hear my show and think, he'll listen to me.
Yeah,
Barry.
I think listening is the key because I am a father of a bipolar daughter.
Yes.
And know lots of the mental.
And people can go off the deep end.
She's in the mental ward every other 6-month period, 3-4 times a year. And they imagine a lot of things, but what they don't have enough of is listening. That's a double-edged sword.
But sometimes here's the problem. Sometimes if you listen to them and you try to reason with them and say, look, this is probably not happening, or I want to help you, but here, let's look at it in this way. They think that you're against them.
Yes, it's hard to reason because they don't have reasoning skills anymore.
Right.
Cognitively, they've lost it, and that's a shame. There's a high percentage of people in our society that have those mental problems.
Barry Miller is with Vesta Turnkey with us today. Somebody texted me and wanted to know, what are the price ranges of houses you target and what kinds of markets?
The kind of markets we target are the strongest economic markets without exception in the United States of America.
How do you find them?
How we find them is, now this is the short answer, thorough, accurate research, but we have over 60 points of calculus. It's not so much about real estate, it's about the economy.
In that pocket.
In every pocket in the United States.
Okay, here's what I want to ask you. I don't recall. I signed a services agreement with you because I'm in your program. And I don't know if there was a non-disclosure in there because I noticed where you're having me buy houses. I could easily say to people, here's where we're buying houses. So is there a non-disclosure I signed?
You have signed a non-disclosure.
Okay, good. Okay,
and
that's good
why
to
we
know.
don't give the cities.
No. Because you don't want people taking one bit of information and going out and trying to do it and then say, wait a minute, I'm not making any money here.
Well, but they also say they think it's easy to just find the best house in the best neighborhoods, in the best economic areas in the country. That's not easy to do.
How do you know when a house value is suppressed and will go up in value? How do you know that?
By comparing it with 200 or more other communities of
that were similar
kind.
Okay.
Now, price range is important. We do stay under the national median price range because that's where the high equity gains are. So
all right,
that's
good.
important.
Vesta Turnkey, by the way, and we're going to be talking about the seminar coming up on the 19th, is it?
Yep,
19th of July.
Saturday.
Mark your calendars, and you can always call them directly. But Mike, I want to get back to you on this body shop. I need to know something, and then we're going to go back to you. You said you took your car into a body shop 14 months ago. Why Was this an insurance job or a self-pay?
Self-pay.
And what did you take it in for?
The back quarter panel was hit, and that was it. The back quarter panel and the back bumper fell off, but it was a kind of extensive damage to this little quarter panel, but the rest of the car was like in perfect shape. It was a brand new car.
What kind of car?
It was a 2020 Kia Forte.
Okay, hold on. I will come right back to you. Let's figure out what's going on with this. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. Speaking of cars, if you have a garage, you need One Clear Choice Doors at one time or another, whether it's just to tune up your door or a brand new door or brand new opener. They have all kinds of features, Wi-Fi features, time to close features, battery backups. Go to their website. All the prices clearly marked right there. OneClearChoiceDoors.com.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good for the most part out here. We do have rock scaling once again, bottom of Floyd Hill, both directions actually, Idaho Springs to US 6. It's not tied up too badly. They should be able to reopen here shortly. I-25 South coming into downtown's a little sluggish for us. Seeing some pockets of slowing around town. We had a crash southbound at University. It's on the left shoulder. It looks like 270, maybe a little bit of heavy traffic and construction on E470, the toll highway northbound up past 104th. Still some backups. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
Hey, if you want a solar system, Red Rocks Roof and Solar is someone I'm going to recommend. They do the sales, the installation, and the service. And if you have a commercial operation, they can help you get it paid for 100% if you qualify for a REAP grant. They're the experts in solar. Solar is still viable, and it is really a way to save money, but you got to do it the right way with the right company. That's Red Rocks. RedRocksRS.com. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, 303-704-2449, 704-2449. I love K&H Home Solutions, and I'll tell you why I love them. They've been around more than 65 years. When I moved here 45 years ago, I met the original owner, Henry. Then I met Ted, who took over for them. And now Lee Diamond and his son are running the place for window siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for. Energy efficient products that beautify your home and increase its value. And they have painting pros as well. They can do it if it comes to K&H. K&H Home Solutions. Here's how you find them. 303-421-7100. A company you can trust that's been around for years. KHWindows.com.
Cute. Some crazy people have physical tics, like sniffles and I can't think of any others right now. Gonna smack the crap out of it.
Your mic's on now.
If you want to tell me to F off directly.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Talking about you.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
Did you get my
Yeah.
what do you call it? Your burner number text?
Yeah, and I just sent you back an
Oh, you
answer.
did respond. Because that $500 a month sounds pretty. That's a good price for me.
I want to start a place. I want to build it accordingly, and I want to call it super cheap rent.
Yeah.
And just charge for $1,000 a month. Would that be super cheap or $500 a month?
It's almost too bad that some of those tiny homes are actually expensive.
Super cheap.
It's hard to get
No, tiny
2
homes.
dozen.
Wait, so I'm driving past this place and I say,
Yeah.
"Oh, that's cool, little tiny homes. That'll be affordable." They were $750,000.
I know.
So what
Whoops.
the frick?
Right? Golly.
Come on, man.
Well, that they're small and cute. You know, like Kelly. She's probably very expensive to deal with.
Oh,
And she's
terrible.
small and cute.
Terrible.
Okay, so you know we're calling radio show, sir. So we only do on-air calls.
She's always got her hands full over there.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. All right, have a good day at work. We're just getting way too many calls of people who just don't know what the hell this show is.
Some of them are on the show. And I don't mean you.
I have to
You
watch
are.
it too, just the other way. I gotta,
You need more, yeah.
which is terrible.
You
but-
I like.
Every day, probably 2 to 3 calls a day. I'm like, are you familiar with the show? Let me explain it to you.
And that's just when you're talking to Doc.
Don't get all bent out of shape.
I just don't know where it's coming from. I mean, it takes a lot longer.
Tom keeps writing his number in a bathroom stall, and people keep calling for help.
That's fine. I mean, I'm fine explaining it. It's just, you know, I've gotten my ass kicked for not getting calls on fast enough. And when I have to explain what the frickin' show is all about,
Well, so what's wrong
Well,
with that,
you're-
mother?
You're too nice. That's your problem.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'm talking to you.
I didn't know I was potted up.
That's fine. Yeah, here's maybe all you need to say. Are you familiar with the show? Oh, you're not? Well, you're about to find out on the air. Hang on. Have you ever heard of baptism by fire? Stand by for Tom.
I mean, I guess I could start saying that.
Yes.
It would certainly speed up the process. Don't want to be mean.
You're going to feel like you're hiding uranium from Trump. Stand by. God dang it, where's the mouse?
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So Mike says he took a 2020 Kia Forte to a body shop 14 months ago. What's the name of the body shop?
It's J&O Auto Body.
J&O. Where are they located?
It's in Pueblo West.
Okay, so tell your story. How the heck do you get there 14 months ago and not get your car back?
Yeah, it seems just to be a long, ongoing issue. Every time we try to get a hold of him, he gives us a runaround of what's going on with our car. I seen him about 6 months ago in the bowling alley, and I confronted him and asked him how my car's going. And he told me it'll be done in a month. So I wait a month, I hear nothing. So then 2 months come along, I still hear nothing.
Well,
so
I mean, this
finally
is
we
unacceptable.
decided
I
to go
mean,
down there.
I mean, Mike, it's a very simple proposition. You took your car in for repair, and it's 14 months, for God's sakes. What if you want to go pick it up and just say, forget it? Did you pay this guy anything?
Yes, I gave him half down, which was $6,000 almost.
Oh, see,
And
he spent
still
that
has
money.
Done nothing. Yeah. And
Okay,
he just,
okay? We need to
has
call him.
done nothing to my car.
What's the name of the guy you've been dealing with at J&O?
Orlando.
Orlando. What's his last name?
I have no idea.
Orlando. Okay. Listen,
I just
I
know
want
him
to
as
call down
Orlando.
there. Hey, Kachina, why don't we just call down there? Let's just call down to this freaking place. J&O Auto Body in Pueblo West, Orlando. 14 months, $6,000. Come on, man. What the hell? Why are people doing this? Why are you putting money down? Why? Mike, why did you give him $6,000? Come on, I'm going to put some back on you. Why did you give this guy $6,000?
Well, he just said he needed half down to buy parts and materials.
That's
to
a
get
red
started
flag
on
right
the
there.
car.
A company that doesn't have a line of credit, that needs money to buy materials, don't do business with them. That's right. I'm taking a hard line from now on. And hold on, Mike, we're going to call down there for you. I'm taking a hard line from now on. If you're a contractor, get the hell out of business. If you can't afford materials for a job, get out of business. We don't want to give you money up front. Get out of business, okay? Get out of business. Get a line of credit or get out of business. If you're a body shop, you can't buy parts, get out of business. If you're an auto repair facility, you can't buy parts, get out of business. You're all a bunch of clowns. I am tired of this. What do 99% of people who get in trouble have in common? 99%. You give up? Come on, YouTube morons, answer me right now. 99%, what is it? I'll tell you what it is. 99% put money up front. 99% of all ripoffs, money up front. Hey, are you still there? Is Chopper still talking to that other nut job or not?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is, Tom.
You're still talking to him?
No, Chopper's still talking to him.
Okay, so, Dollar, you're there. Dollar, would you call down to this body shop and just say, come on, Orlando, what the hell's the excuse? 14 months? Come on, man. Do you have anything done on that car? Just put the screws to him. I'm so tired of people ripping people off. I'm really tired of it. You know, I'm telling you, and look, I used to be bold. I got mild. I got bold. I get mild. I go in waves. And right now, as a 71-year-old cancer survivor who's going through my follow-up chemo right now, I am really pissed off. I'm pissed off at people who rip people off. When you take money from people, it's supposed to go toward what you said it was going to go toward. You lying piece of crap. Jim, you have a question on Medicaid. How can we help you? Jim.
Medicaid.
Yes. How can we help you? What is your question?
I would like to know who qualifies for Medicaid, what the qualifications are.
It's strictly on income only, not on what you own, not on anything else, just income. And you qualify by calling Medicaid. They have a phone number and they have an online portal. And I think the income, for a single individual is around $1,400 a month.
Got it. I qualify theoretically, but I went to the state of Colorado and I talked to this woman named Veronica Reeves, and she says there's no such thing as Medicaid after 65 years old.
Oh, that's because of Medicare.
Medicaid.
No, but Medicare when you're over 65. That's why they said you can't get Medicaid. You can get Medicaid if you're over 65. You know what? I know what I want to do. Kachina, do me a favor. This guy took the time to call in. Jim, let me get Integra Insurance on. Let's try to get either John Sr. or John Jr. on to talk about this. Because I know some people that get both Medicare and Medicaid. Okay? And the Medicaid kind of acts like a supplement. Shannon, did Kachina hear me?
Yes, she did.
Good. Let's try to get him on. 303-713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man. We're talking about real estate today. If you want to know what your house will sell for and you want a good idea without listing, Frank will do a free market analysis of your home. Free. No obligation. And he takes into consideration all market factors, including interest rates, supply and demand, comparables, the neighborhood. Frank Duran, wonderful man. Do a market analysis, pretty accurate. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's new Frosty flavors.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good for the most part out here. We do have rock scaling once again, bottom of Floyd Hill, both directions actually, Idaho Springs to US 6. It's not tied up too badly. They should be able to reopen here shortly. I-25 South coming into downtown's a little sluggish for us. Seeing some pockets of slowing around town. We had a crash southbound at University. It's on the left shoulder. It looks like 270, maybe a little bit of heavy traffic and construction on E470, the toll highway northbound up past 104th. Still some backups. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Love Wendy's classic chocolate and vanilla Frosty flavors? Announcing all new Frosty Swirl and Frosty Fusion flavors. The same creamy treat you love, now with a flavor refresh. Refresh on a classic? Gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
So when I started my financial advisement firm, I found a lot of people who have money sitting in 401ks and IRAs and things, and they wanted to use that money to invest, but they can't because they need to do special investments. I came up with a way as a financial advisor to help people invest qualified money. If you have a 401k, if you have an IRA, if you have a pension of some kind, and you have a lump sum sitting there that you want to invest, there are legal, ethical, and effective ways to do it. Give me a call. In fact, you can even do it with Vesta Turnkey. That's right. I have people who have used their qualified money to buy a rental through Barry Miller at VesteraTurnkey.com. We'll be talking about all of this at a seminar coming up July 19th. We'll be telling you more about that. Meanwhile, if you want to find out more, go to MyBiggestReturn.com, MyBiggestReturn.com. Okay, 2 weather-related messages. First, fix it 24/7. The name says it all. They want to fix it first before replacing it. That's why they offer free second opinions when somebody says, oh, no, we can't fix this. We got to replace it. Now, if that's true, they'll give you a free second opinion. But first, they'll try to fix it, including the $39 deep clean check and tune of your AC. That's a deep clean check and tune. With the heat here, you want to make sure that AC is working accurately, efficiently, add life, add efficiency. FixMyHome.com, just $39. FixMyHome.com, book now. FixMyHome.com, book now. Something else weather-related? The QC, that's Quiet Cool. QCColorado.com. That's the Quiet Cool whole house fan. I have 2 of them in 2 houses, and I wouldn't trade them for anything. They take the pressure off my air conditioning system. First of all, they destratify the air. They even out the temperatures in your home. That alone makes your home more comfortable, and your air conditioner works less. But you can also use it mornings and evenings instead of AC. Find out more from QCColorado.com, the company to save you money and make a cool, comfortable home. 303-800-3419. 800-3419. 303-800-3419.
Thank you. We have a 2-minute Joe Chiano in the next break. You good on doing that in Mark's absence?
Yep, as long as we talk about become the banker.
That's what I mean. Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he wants to or not.
Oh.
He's talking about, I can tell you. Hold on. A few things I'm doing over here.
And so efficiently. You are a
okay.
Flesh-colored blur.
Protecting your retirement money.
To do what?
Protecting your retirement money.
Okay, fine.
All right. Okay. Would you rather he talk about grilling tips for the 4th? What you want him on? Tom, do you like a sauce or a dry rub? And I do mean on your meat. That you're grilling. God, people.
Okay, perfect. We're going to go ahead and select this to one of our deputies, Virginia Scott, who's going to be calling you as well as trying to get a hold of the shop, J&O. So I'm going to send him all of your information and he'll get in touch with you as soon as he can, okay? All right, thanks so much for calling. Okay.
Yeah. I didn't know Berg very well. Certainly not as well as Tom did.
I can't not eat.
Huh. No, just start ordering. Stand by.
Listen now.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. We have John Jones Jr. on. I want to try to get him up right now from Integra Insurance. John, thank you for being here, man. When it comes to Medicare, can you have both Medicare and Medicaid?
Yes, sir.
Did you go ahead? Did you say no,
yes,
sir?
You can have you can have both Medicare and Medicaid. You could qualify for Medicaid, being over the age of 65, because it's dependent on your income. And there are other options for you outside of that as well, as far as Advantage plans specifically designed for those who are dual eligible, is what it's called. Dual eligible,
tell me,
being both
when
Medicare and Medicaid.
When you're dual eligible, when does Medicaid pay and when does Medicare pay? How do they work together?
So Medicare is going to, I believe Medicare pays first, and then Medicaid picks up.
So is it safe to say Medicaid, for those who qualify, is kind of like a supplement?
Sure. I mean, that's what you don't need a supplement. You don't want necessarily a supplement if you have Medicare and Medicaid. I mean, you certainly don't need one. And so, because, Medicaid is picking up what Medicare is not, what Medicaid picks up after Medicare pays first.
Now, Jim, you say you called Medicare and they told you this is impossible, or did you call Medicaid?
I stood in front of the state of Colorado, and the gal came out and she told me there's no such thing, not kind of, there's no such thing as Medicaid after age 65.
John?
That's certainly not, no, that's not the case. I mean, I help clients every year.
Jim, when you said you went to the state, what do you mean you went to the state? What does that mean?
I went to Adams County Social Services.
Okay.
And
then
you get a number.
That person didn't know what they were talking about.
And she's the head lady. She came out after I talked to the guy at the counter. Her name is Veronica Reeves.
Well, you can tell Veronica Reeves she's wrong.
Yeah, I know, but what do I do?
Well, you can apply for Medicaid.
You go directly to Medicaid. You don't have to go through social services. You go directly to Medicaid.
Yeah, I recommend you contact Medicaid. Just give Medicaid a call. Go through the application over the phone with Medicaid.
Okay, John, I already had dual complete with Humana insurance.
Yeah.
And suddenly the state called my Medicare teacher and said, we got a problem here. Something's not lining up. He's got 2 bank accounts that are 10 years old that we have to have confirmation on. So I got those right to him immediately. They were closed for 10 years. And then they never put me back on Medicaid.
I don't even know why they care about bank accounts, John. They only care about income, right?
Well, there's certain no, not when it comes to if you're dual eligible. They do look at your savings as well.
Yeah, I would think they want you to have a yacht out in the ocean or something, but I don't.
Right.
But they still want to know, okay, so if you're dual eligible, not for regular Medicaid, but if you're dual eligible, they want to make sure you don't have a stash?
Yes, sir. You have to have a certain, I can't remember the exact number that your savings has to be under.
So,
but there is a number.
So, Jim, since you're already on Medicare, why don't you just go apply for Medicaid again?
I guess I will, but It's extremely confusing, and all of a sudden I'm making appointments to see doctors, and I don't have insurance all of a sudden. They didn't even contact
Jim,
me.
no matter what, you have Medicare.
Yeah, but you know what that means, Medicare? I just got done appointment with this guy, an oral surgeon. They're going to cover 3.
Who hung up? Somebody?
Not me.
Okay.
We lost John.
Okay, John.
So
Okay.
Am I here? Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
I just got done going to Medicare with the oral surgeon, and they want me to cough out $2,000 out of pocket.
Well, okay. Yeah, oral surgery is different too. But here's the thing. According to John Jones Jr., and he's an expert with IntegraInsurance.com, if you are dual eligible, you know, that all you have to do is give an explanation of your bank accounts and stuff. But what you do is go and reapply. They're not going to hold it against you. It's not like you're red flagged in the system, but that's what I would do. Thank you for calling, Jim. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Barry Miller. Somebody, I knew they were going to ask, so what is the cash requirement to close on a rental with VesteraTurnkey.com?
Yeah, that's a fair figure, and we need to know what that number is. Typically, it's around $75,000 per property.
Okay.
Okay. 85 is a little more
So
comfortable.
what kind of a loan do you get as a landlord through Vestera?
Through Vestera, we have key lenders. They get good loans.
Is it a 75, 80% loan or a 65%? What?
Typically 25% down or 20% down.
Okay, 20 or 25% down, around $75,000. We have more coming up with Vestera Turnkey. If ever you need to find out about them, call them 303-888-7388. More coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Awesome. I know, I call it like the right quarter panel, fender.
Yeah, but
I know there's a little difference.
The fender has, you can take it off, put it in. A quarter panel, you normally have to weld it.
Wonder why Sean is calling.
Yeah, okay.
Some you do.
Is he still calling you?
Yeah, but he didn't. Let me see if he left a voice.
Guess we are on break. We'll go give this guy a call.
Okay.
So that guy in Chicago or...
You know...
Hello, honey? No, I didn't.
An intelligent whack job.
Okay, I will.
You know, I
So
mean,
what's going on?
It ain't like you know that you're talking to a nut, but you can tell it.
Right.
You'd be a guy that you could sit down and talk to for a couple hours.
Okay.
You know, and
Interesting.
you don't know what's BS or what's
Right.
real. You know, that's what I'm trying to find out. See if they have a.
TY. I mean, if somebody texts me TY, F you.
But what does that mean?
Thank you.
But why does it say key?
T. No, I'm saying T. I just don't have my teeth in. TY.
Oh my God. I swear to God.
I can't tell. Are the Xfinity trucks still out the window?
I have no idea. Wow.
What? Oh, you're out there. We broke something, man. Uh-oh. Probably John. Oh, no, that's Jose.
Hello, Tom Martino Show. Please hold. Good morning, Tom Martino Show. Hi, Joe. I'm very well. How are you?
Good morning, Troubleshooter.
Okay, all right. Hang on for me, and we'll be right with you on the next break, okay?
All right, what's the deal?
Uh-huh.
Right. Ding, dang it.
Good morning, Tom Martino Show.
No, nobody does. You actually have to die first to find out. It's only something that God explains to you in the afterlife. I do not. Well, there's no way she knows what's going on.
All right, hang on for me 1 second, sir. Just 1 second.
But let me tell you this, that I'm the idiot that runs the
Good
audit,
morning,
so
Tom
I'm
Martino Show.
absolutely
Please hold.
need help.
Okay, I can
Well,
definitely
you don't want it
give
from me. I
your
got
number to
divorced twice
Chopper
in
and
1
have
year,
him
man.
call you.
Yeah, that's pretty special. Subsequently.
You fell off a little bit.
Yeah.
900.
Yeah.
36.
Well, I do.
Okay, and your
I'm
first name,
60.
sir?
I do go to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and those shots, holy crap!
And it
Put one
was
of those in, and I can
Diamond
help somebody fix a flat tire. It's
I
crazy.
remember.
But
Yeah,
we've
absolutely.
gotten off track.
All right, let me talk to Chopper, and I will get right back
Well,
with you,
I
okay?
ruined my body with diabetes, so I screwed everything up.
Okay,
years
thank
ago.
you.
But so back
Good
to
morning,
the
Tom Martino
back to
Show.
the
How
I'd
can I
say
help
the
you?
issue at hand, but you could get confused when I'd say that. No, back to the Medicare and Medicaid thing. I don't know who the hell. It was kind of funny. We got John Jones Jr. whatever from Integra or whatever, and they don't even really know. They are an
Haven't we
insurance
talked to
company
you
that
before?
doesn't really know.
Okay. Is there something
Dude,
going on?
I'm so sorry. I don't know. I have heard of it. I don't know what it's about. What's the deal? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of shit. I'm doing a little bit better, but I
Where's
you
the
know, I know
DoorDasher?
that
Come
there's
on,
out
bro.
there. I really do.
Didn't we
but
talk to you a
golly, I
couple
love
days
Golden
ago?
Corral. What? I'm torn.
Couple minutes away.
So you have not been on the show.
I know. I feel great when I walk and eat salad. I really do. And I try to lay off the candy bars. Well, listen, man, I'm so sorry. We were essentially a
Okay,
dead
6
end.
months and a
Only
year
because
are
it is so
vast
freaking
differences.
confusing. Please forgive us.
Okay. So what's going on now? What are you
me.
calling about today?
Well, hey, and don't underestimate this. That whole food pyramid crap was all of that starch and carbohydrates at the base of the pyramid. Remember?
Okay, sir, hang on for me.
Oh, man, thank you so much. Now I feel bad.
Good
I wasn't
morning.
able to help you, but if
Tom
you need me to
Martino
go
Show.
down there
How
and
can I
talk
help
to
you?
Katina with you or whatever her name was, I'll straighten her ass out.
Yeah, I did, Gary. Did you want to come on and talk to Tom about the issue you're having?
Oh, man, well, thank you so much. Are you going to be okay? All right, are you going to be okay? You going to find somebody that'll help? Okay.
And it's with your
You
father's
got it, brother. Have a
estate,
good one.
correct?
Bye. That was fun.
All right, he's going to be able
Hey,
to
why
help
did you buy
and we
coffee?
do have
I would have
experts
bought
that
it for
can
you.
come on
You don't
as
like
well.
my you don't
So
like my
just
roast
hang
that I
on for me, and he'll be with you as soon as possible.
Oh.
Okay?
Oh no, but you can.
No problem.
Oh, okay. I just wondered if you didn't
Okay,
like the
sir.
ones I had.
What is your name?
Well, Barry's kind of snooty. He's used to the finer things, Tom.
It wasn't Barry who did that. It was.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Yes, you are. Oh, what?
Missed it by that much.
Are you there, Tom?
Yeah, I'm here.
I tell you, that guy's one of the most interesting people I ever talked to, but I think he's a little 1096, or actually a lot, but God, he's intelligent and calm.
Okay, good. We're going to talk about it then.
But not right now, though.
Why?
Well, I want to follow up on the sheriff's office.
Come on.
Okay.
Rip
news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, or 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Welcome to the show. This hour brought to you by Vesta Turnkey. They're with us right now. Barry Miller is with us. Vesta Turnkey is a way to become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. Now, what they do is they have I call it a project manager. You call it a customer or client, whatever relationship. Well, anyway, they assign someone to you that is your contact and your nanny. I call them like a nanny. They hold your hand through the entire process of being a landlord. From buying the house, the right market, managing the house, day-to-day activities, questions that come up, and then selling the house. Barry, someone wants to know, how long do they hold the house?
It's up to their financial plans, but most of our customers say, get us the highest return, and therefore the houses are being held about 3 years, because then there's enough equity built up and sell one house and buy two, and you're doubling your investment, you're doubling your nest eggs with safety still intact. So about 3 years.
About 3 years. Do some sell sooner?
In the past, recent years, we were selling sooner because the appreciation was even higher. But some do, but most wait that 3 years so they could sell one property and not come out of pocket any money and buy two.
Okay. And so if they don't want to buy two, they don't have to.
Don't have to at all. That's just the highest and best use of money for those who really want to double their nest egg and not pay taxes on the gain of that property.
Okay, let's talk to Gary, who has an issue with his father's estate. We'll talk to Gary. Gary, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino. Gary, what's going on with you?
Hey.
Hey.
Pleasure to be on the show, partner.
Yes, sir, man. How can we help you?
I have a father that passed away in January of 23, and then his widow just passed away here in February 25. And I'm having trouble with the attorneys who have the estate just getting back with me. And I've hired a gentleman who's an attorney to represent me, and he's telling me that they have no obligation to tell me anything about my father's will or the estate. And I know that the will was put together by my father, that I have 25%. I'm really just in the dark. I can't get any correspondence from the attorneys.
Now, he was married to someone who's not your mom. How long was he married to her?
Over 50 years.
Whoa. So that's not your mom?
No.
Okay.
No.
So he was married. He passed away in 23. When he passed away in 23, was there any kind of probate at all, or did everything just go to his widow?
That I don't know, Tom. I don't know.
Well, back in 23, did you get anything from him?
No, I didn't get anything from him at that time. The only thing that's come out of that is the attorney who I've secured to contact the other attorney group has told me that the will says I get 25% of the estate.
Now, but when do you, but that's what I'm trying to find out, Gary. You get 25% back in 23, or you get 25% when his widow dies?
Well, the correspondence that I've had since 23, she was alive at the time when my attorney told me that I have 25% of the estate.
But 25% of the estate when she dies, or at that time?
At that time. So
okay,
I have
but why didn't you
nothing
collect? Then why didn't you collect 25% of his estate back then?
I was under the assumption that I had to wait for her to pass.
Okay, that depends.
Before the
Sometimes,
estate would open up.
sometimes that's true. Sometimes that's true. So, was there a will that your attorney? Did you see a will?
Yeah, my attorney sent me the information that showed that amongst all the kids, how the will would be dispersed.
Okay, how many kids are there?
There are 3 left. So,
And those 3 kids, what I need to know is, are any of her kids? Are they hers or his?
they're all of them are hers except me.
And your dad wanted them to have an equal share as you?
Yes, because one of my stepbrothers, it's in Ohio, he helped them out immensely, and he deserved 50%. But the other 50% is dispersed between the 2 daughters and myself. So it's actually 4, now I think about it.
Yeah, so 50% would not give you 25. If you're sharing 50% with 3 others,
yeah, that's right.
With 3 others, you're not going to get 25%. Your math doesn't make sense.
No, that's right. I would have less than that. You're exactly right. There's 4.
Okay. Now, what is going on with her estate right now? She just died in February. What's going on with her?
Nothing. We've reached out to the attorneys, and they have just rebuffed any requests we had. And
now,
my
when you
latest
say we,
information,
who's we?
That's the attorney that I have represented.
Okay. What about the guy? Okay. What about the one son who is getting 50%? How do you know he's getting 50%? How do you know that?
Because initially my attorney was able to receive the will, and the will stated that he was getting 50% and the rest would be dispersed equally amongst us.
Okay. How much of an estate are we talking about?
I think the house is maybe worth $250,000, $300,000, and then there's probably any accounts beyond that. So we're not talking millions.
It's not unusual for it to take this long or much longer for an estate to be settled. What gives you the impression that there might be something wrong going on?
Well, I don't have a very good relationship with my stepmother, and that's been reflected in her children as well, because I had some items in their basement, and my stepbrother made sure that the attorney who's representing the estate was there just to look over anything that I took. So there's not a lot of trust, Tom. There's not a lot of honesty going on there. So there's some acrimonious feelings, and I think that's played a part in my interest in why I'm not getting any response from the attorneys.
Okay. All right. I want to get one of our experts on. Can we try to get Dan McKenzie on? He's an estate planning attorney. I want to ask what he would recommend at this point. So hang on. Kachina, let's try to get Dan McKenzie on. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Scott had an issue with a vacation rental about 6 months ago. We're going to go back to him and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget the deep clean, tune and check of your AC, just $39 for new customers. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
No, thank you.
No,
no
coffee either.
I want to talk to Joseph Cano because a lot of people right now, with things going on in the world and in general, they're looking for alternatives to the stock market for their retirement account. They just don't have the stomach. Joe, what would you recommend for people that want to protect retirement money and still have income?
Yeah, Tom, I think the timing is just right now for people to actually protect their retirement accounts. And right now, we've been promoting for years now a guaranteed pension annuity that we have that will give consumers a 15% bonus right up front immediately, day one, and they can actually capture market gains when the market goes up, but they are protected against market declines. So really, this is the best of both worlds. They can get partial gains of the market, and they get protection if the market drops like it has in the past. So in addition to that, another benefit that people are really, really enjoying is the guaranteed lifetime income. And we've been doing a campaign, and about 90% of the people, they're saying that they're concerned about running out of money at retirement. If that is the fear that people have, Tom, I'm going to tell you that annuity that we have has a guaranteed income stream for the rest of people's lives. And on top of that, they got long-term care. We don't know when our health is going to give up. And, people are needing long-term care, and it's really, really expensive. So our annuity has it built in, a long-term care benefit, that if somebody needs either in-home care, assisted living, nursing home care, memory care, the company will double their payout. And, of course, there's a death benefit on top of that.
Wow.
So if somebody dies prematurely, the whole account goes to the beneficiary.
And to find out more, you can contact Joe directly and his team at 303-779-6600, 779-6600. Online, mymoneymyway.com. How much time do I have?
Thank you. 2.5.
Thank you.
He's running off. Food's there.
Time to eat.
That somebody's bummed out about the poop at Coors?
I don't even know if this is actually, I've been called so many times on this show. He says he's called in before about this and talked to Tom about it.
All right.
Seriously, he's calling in every week, for God's sake.
Well, that's... Now you're on.
Hey, Dimitri?
He's up getting the food also.
Oh, okay. Did Tom wander off too?
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. I'm just drinking.
Wow.
Here. I'm just drinking. Here.
Wow, both Tom and Dimitri are gone.
Heck yeah.
No offense, Barry. We love having you there, but...
Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, what do you want next and what? Crazy
Oh,
corner.
my Lord. I don't know. Joe's gone.
Change directions. This is the Troubleshooter Show, and the Troubleshooter is shooting and eating. Much needed. Getting healthy.
Mm-hmm.
So no complaints.
No.
No complaints. Do not complain about anything. The man is chewing and back in place. See?
Yep.
He's got a timer. He knows. If I say a number, he hits it.
Can we have Mackenzie? Was she trying to get him and she said something about it? I didn't hear.
No, I'm still waiting to hear from him, but I'm a little bit worried about call 1. I don't really trust it.
Okay.
Yeah, but it'll be fun.
He says he's talked to you before,
All right.
but he's calling in under Confucius.
Sure.
Okay.
Stand by.
Retailers are expensive. Our prices are low, and our blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're waiting to get Dan McKenzie on to talk about this guy's estate. It gets very complicated when you have mixed marriages and siblings, and what rights do people have? That's what we're going to go over. Right now, I want to talk to Scott, an issue with a vacation rental. He said he called in 6 months ago. Scott, I'm trying to find your call. Was it during the was it? Let's see. Keep going. Let me hear about your problem. I'm trying to find it.
Sure. Thank you, Tom. Thank you for having me on the show. Thank you for your show, by the way. I really appreciate your service. And I just wanted to clarify. I did call about 6 months ago, but it was not related to this.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. But anyway, no. The issue with the vacation rental is actually with my wife.
Okay. What happened? What happened?
So we live in Kansas, and she wanted to take both of our kids and their cat to St. Louis, Missouri. So she booked a vacation rental for the week of June 2nd to the 7th. So just a few weeks ago. So she left out of Topeka, drove 5 hours to St. Louis, Missouri, got to the vacation rental that she had booked online, got to the property, and it had a like a lockbox on the doorknob.
Yeah.
So she couldn't open it. Finally, they figured it out. But anyway, they had a comedy of errors. Like the doorknob fell off, all kinds of things. They weren't able to get inside the vacation rental. And then she called the property owner about the issue, and
well, hold on, though. But Scott, when you said a comedy of errors, I mean, give me some real solid stuff where it prevented her from. Was it a house or a condo or what?
I believe this was a house, like a duplex.
Tell me what were some of the problems?
Well, when she got there, she could not get inside the building.
Yeah, but Scott, that I don't want to hear. Here's what I want to hear of something that prevented her. She couldn't get in. She had a problem, but she finally got in. The doorknob fell off, but I want to know, tell me the stuff. Are you about to tell me a story that she did not stay there and wants her money back, or where are we going with the story?
Well, yes, that's exactly what happened.
Why did she not stay there? What was the problem that caused her not to stay there?
Yes. So she had contacted the...
What was the problem, Scott? What was the problem that caused her not to be able to stay there?
The problem was that the property was not as advertised.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
She had booked for a 2-bedroom with privacy, and when she did manage to get inside the property, there was broken glass. There was the property was in disrepair, and she.
Well, what do you mean, Scott? I want to, honest to God, I want to help you, but I'm not. What do you mean disrepair? Give me some specifics that would cause someone to say, I am not staying here. So far, I haven't heard anything. Broken glass can be cleaned up. The doorknob is not a big deal. I need to know what was the reason for her not staying there. Now, I realize there were an accumulation of little things, but what were some of the things that prevented them from staying there?
Well, one big reason is the property owner had to get a repairman, which is fine, to come out to repair the door. But by that time, like 5 or 6 hours had already passed, and they still were not able to get inside the property. So there was this big delay.
Wait a minute. They were delayed getting in the property 6 hours?
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. They had to wait 6 hours to enter the property, or 6 hours before they could leave again?
About 5 or 6 hours just to get into the property.
Well, that's unacceptable. What else?
So,
what else?
She had addressed this issue with the rental service.
Scott, in addition to waiting 6 hours to get into the property, what did she do for that 6 hours?
She waited, but then, she got, after about 3 hours, she got tired of waiting, ran an errand, came back, and she inevitably had to book a hotel.
Okay.
To stay at. So when she contacted the rental service, she had requested a refund because she wasn't able to stay there.
Right. Did she put it on a credit card?
Yeah.
Did she contest the charge?
Well, she can. I told her to try that, and apparently this rental service would sue if she contested the charge.
Well, so what? So what?
Well,
if she was in the right, there's nothing to sue about. So I need to know where we're going with the call. Let's just say, for argument's sake, I agree with everything you're saying. It was horrendous. It was a terrible experience. She requested a refund. Now, what are you asking today? What is going on today?
Well, I'm calling you guys to see if she does have a I guess like a legitimate legal fight to get her money back.
Now, you asked a question which can only be determined by the courts. Does she have a legitimate legal right to get her money back? If this happened to me and I went there and the house was in disrepair and looked crappy and I couldn't get in it for 6 hours and I had to go to a hotel room, I would want a refund. How many days did she book it?
The rental property, she rented it for 5 days.
Okay. Now, hold on. How much total for the 5 days?
Came to $616.13.
Okay, $600 for 5 days. Now, what I'm asking you, I need to know the truth because I'm going to find it out, and I get pissed off when it takes me a long time to find stuff out. So, did they offer any kind of an adjustment or any kind of a compromise while she was there?
No.
So they said to her, you don't get your money back. So what I want to know is this. That was day one. What about the other 4 days? Why didn't she stay there the other 4 days? Because apparently they fixed the door. Why didn't she stay there the other 4 days? These are hard questions, but you're going to have to answer them to someone else, if not me.
Right. And I totally appreciate that. She didn't feel safe there.
Why didn't she feel safe?
I wasn't there, so I'm getting this,
Okay, so Scott, listen. What she needs to do, this is the best place to do this. She needs to contest it on her credit card and say it was misrepresented and make her argument. Okay? Just make her argument that it was misrepresented and it was terrible and she couldn't stay there and did not feel safe. Now, I don't know if she's going to win all 5 days. She may have been due an adjustment for 1 or 2 days, but she may have exaggerated by canceling the whole thing. But that's where she starts. What kind of credit card does she have?
Citibank.
And with Citibank what? Visa or MasterCard?
Ooh, that I do not know.
Okay, she needs to contest it. Did she do that already or not?
That I do not know. I need to ask her.
Okay, well, do you live with her? Is she your wife or ex-wife or what?
Yeah, I live with her. My job.
Okay, no, you don't have to explain it to me. That's okay, Scott. Scott, listen, if she has any questions on contesting that charge, she can call. But that's what credit cards are made for, man. This is what they're made for. Now, after she contests it, they could still sue her for the rental. She's going to have some evidence that it was intolerable. But I mean, look, I don't think they're going to make a big deal about it, but that's just my opinion. We got more coming up, 303-713-8255. Renew Home Innovations, the most beautiful showers, walk-in showers. They convert that tub shower combo into a beautiful walk-in with porcelain sheet walls. They're so beautiful, people are opting to have their whole bathroom done in them. You can even do the flooring. No maintenance, beautiful, done in 2 or 3 days, and you have multiple payment options with no interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com. 303-904-2000.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning.
Let me do some ciphering. Hang on a sec.
Ciphering. Okay.
Let me get out my 9 toes so I can count accurately.
All right.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Looks great.
Yeah, we're still in pretty
That
good
stuff
shape
looks
here in the
great. I
city.
can't
We've
wait
had
to
delays
sing.
in the foothills,
Wow.
certainly with the rock scaling on I-70. A
You know, I've been
closure
there several
currently
times,
between
so I
the
was
Veteran
familiar
Memorial
with it,
Tunnels
but I
and
didn't
Idaho
try
Springs.
the
so we've got
DoorDash
back
part of
full directions west.
So, Tom, it'll be 3.5.
Oh, thank you, brother.
Crash, it looks like on I-70 eastbound coming down Mount Vernon Canyon at Morrison. There are some backups there as well. Pena's running a little heavy coming out of the airport, and I-25 might find a little bit of volume into downtown, but no big problem spots. With traffic, I'm Jonathan
Well, there's
Steele.
nothing wrong with
Hi,
that
I'm
food,
Kyle,
though. That
founder
food's
of
not unhealthy.
Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 to make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive.
Hang on.
Our prices are low, and our blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com.
QCColorado.com. That's Quiet Cool Whole House Fan. You know what they do? They do an incredible job at installing these in just 2 or 3 hours, maybe less. And you know what else it does? It saves you money. I have saved money on air conditioning ever since I've had my QCColorado.com Whole House Fan. You will too. Find out more. It destratifies the air in your home. It evens out temperatures, and you can use it in place of AC sometimes. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419. Hey, American Financing and I have teamed up to bring you the Smart Equity Loan. Why are we doing it? Because high interest debt is killing people. They have accumulated some of it with credit cards during the last few months. If you've done this, get rid of that part with part of your equity. Only part of your equity to get rid of that. And it converts it to a lower monthly payment. You save hundreds of dollars a month. And something else you do. You save money and you improve your credit. It gives you breathing room. Please call my experts at AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000. Even a complete refi with money out they can do. 303-695-7000, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS.
Go. Get out.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we live in 1970. Yep, there. On Banter, same location. Wow. That's really so it was I'd rather strawberry. Well, is there anything that's what I got? So, is there anything there you can eat, like chopped liver? Or is that still so? I can do once in a while. So, just oh, sure. We would have cheese burgers up close to the park, close to even home. So I could eat anything. Go to Sadie's. Still big still. This was big. Change into the story. Action somehow. The bigger crowds there. It's because today they're a lot more options. Well, I You're in a smaller portion. Sadie's open at the downtown location a few years ago. 2 blocks from me. I'll walk over there after work sometimes and pick up a tub of chopped liver. Just I hate mine chopped. Still like, and I think check is like the program. So I was still like work. But you do way too much food.
I mean, they are like, they packed that goddamn thing with so many locks, I can't believe it. Those bastards, how dare they? Way too much food. Way too much. Could you bring this upstairs? I don't want any more. Just, if you could just take it so I don't clutter my desk here. Thank you, brother.
No, I'm good. I still have some. Thanks.
I'm going to give you a couple more hits before you.
But I thought it had to be a snake.
Let's hit the 19th.
Sign up for the.
I don't know.
That's what we're going to do.
Packed it with way too much food. But I mean, it's like you can't get your mouth unhinged.
Hey, let's keep trying Mackenzie, okay? Tell Gary we'll call him back.
All right.
But seriously, let's keep trying.
Yes, sir. But seriously. Stand by.
6400.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, with Barry Miller from Vesta Turnkey, and he's going to be leaving in a few minutes, but we want to plug our seminar we're going to have. Now, Barry, it's all about Vesta Turnkey, but I'll be there to talk about partial investments if you want. But the main deal is finding out how to be a landlord with Vesta Turnkey, mybiggestreturn.com. It's July 19th.
19th, Saturday morning, 10 o'clock, Tech Center. You have to register. We have 2 locations in mind, depending how many registers we have. So you have to register.
But in the Tech Center, no matter what.
In the Tech Center.
And it's really, you know what I like about this, Barry? You don't belabor this thing. We're in and out of there in an hour and 15 minutes or so.
Phenomenal information, great handout,
and people can ask questions. We had a good time doing it last time. So July 19th, and I will be there, Barry, God willing, as they say in the sunshine.
Is that?
So the 19th, what time?
10 o'clock in the morning. So, and we start promptly. We finish at promptly 11:15. Comfortable room. Both locations are phenomenal.
And can I plug what I do too? I'll help them.
That's intended. That's on the agenda.
Good.
I mean, it's only an hour and a quarter, and you have a good 15, 20 minutes.
So I'll be telling people how they can be partially involved if they want with me, or they can do the whole thing with you.
Yep, either way, and how it works, what that whole thing is, where basically Consumers Invest. We do all the rest of the work.
You do all the work.
Turnkey.
You're doing the work for me.
A serious work.
You're doing the work for me. And I have 3 homes. Do you know I'm ready for my 4th? Or do you have one available?
Oh, yeah.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm closing on my 3rd today.
We're opening up a 3rd market. Okay. A 3rd
good.
Active one. And the 4th one is really close behind. And and they're all east of the Mississippi, put it that way. And they're all just the absolute best markets in the country.
MyBiggestReturn.com. Okay, we're trying to get Dan McKenzie because we want to talk about who has a right to open an estate. Or not open an estate, but get information from an estate. The age-old question. And this guy says he's an heir. I'm almost positive he would have a right. But the thing is, he's having trouble with his step-siblings and the personal representative. So we're going to be talking about that. People, when it comes to estates, please do me a favor. Make sure you clearly designate who has a right to see the estate. In the beginning of the document, you can actually say, this is the last will and testament or blah, 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 blah of Thomas Martino. And here are the people involved who have a right to see information. And I grant that right. But yeah, you can do all of that. And then posthumously, they don't have to fight. They can simply find out from the document who has rights to the document and then take it from there. Again, Dan McKenzie will be on later if we can get a hold of him. Confucius, a guy calls himself Confucius and calls the show. The question is, should I let him on with a name like that? I'll let him on. Let's see. Confucius say. Now, Confucius, is this a nickname? Obviously, your real name. Can you give me your real first name, or do you want to only go by Confucius? I don't care.
I would rather not.
Okay.
Just go by Confucius.
All right.
Job protection and all.
All right. So what do you want to talk about today, Confucius?
I work down at Coors Field. When us employees get done working, we go downstairs underneath to.
What do you do there, by the way? Out. What do you do at Coors Field? Like in general.
Concessions.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
When we walk downstairs to clock out or whatever, we get this big old sewer smell. And it is coming in between the areas of where let's put it this way, the out-of-town scoreboard.
So wait, what was the sewer smell coming from?
Well, that we're thinking, a lot of us employees are thinking just from the game itself.
From the what itself? From the what?
Well, the public.
Oh.
When they get the public itself.
No, I see what you're saying. So what did it turn out to be? Tell us about it.
Well, we've had a pipe leak or something at one time down there.
When you say down there, is there a certain section of Coors Field you're talking about? Is it where you prepare the food?
Yeah. No, not where the food is. It's where, there's a out-of-town scoreboard right there, and then the area behind it is the walkway. And if you keep on going down, that's where the bullpens are on the, outside the area there. But when us employees walk in the underground area, we get nothing but the sewer smell.
Okay.
I was wondering who was responsible for the
safety.
OSHA. Or who is responsible?
Well, there's a couple places, Confucius. A couple places. You can call the health department and say, and they will protect you. You can say, I work at such and such Coors Field in concessions, and I'm very concerned about a strong sewer smell. You can say that, and they will look into it. The Denver Health Department is pretty good at that, and they do protect whistleblowers, or not even a whistleblower, but someone expressing a concern. You can also call OSHA if you think it's unsafe for you and fellow employees.
Tom,
Deputy D, go ahead.
Tom, am I the only one who thinks that?
Hold on a second, Confucius. Deputy D.
The only one who thinks that Confucius should start with a maintenance department at Coors Field? Or
yeah, have you ever talked? Okay, good point there, D. Did you ever talk to the maintenance department, like, and say to them, "Hey guys, do you know what this is?"
I personally haven't, because I don't know who actually is running.
How about a supervisor where you work? Have you ever brought it up to a supervisor?
Well, they all know about it. And we got about 400.
And is it only in a certain? Is it only in a certain area?
Basically, well, yes and no.
And it's under the bleachers, right?
Yes, it's under the bleachers. It starts over by Gate A when we walk in those doors underneath, and you can smell it right away.
All right, hold on a second. I got to take this break. But man, Confucius, this is pretty obvious. You can, if you want us, we can report this for you. Think about that. I'll come right back with more on the Troubleshooter Show. Hold on.
Now, impact traffic. This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
Yeah, we're still in pretty good shape here in the city. We've had delays in the foothills, certainly with the rock scaling on I-70. A closure currently
just this
between
one, right?
The Veteran Memorial Tunnels and Idaho.
Did I only have room for one? Sorry, Fix It and Art of Granite. Thanks for asking.
Fix It and Art of Granite.
And Art, yep, Fix It and Art.
Just running a little heavy.
I usually mean to go in there and copy it, move it up.
Okay,
the volume
no problem,
into
bro.
downtown.
No problem.
Yeah, man, thank you.
Spots with traffic. I'm Jonathan Steele.
Alarm Detection Systems. One local source for cameras, key cards, fire and intrusion.
Oh my gosh, you can eat 4.
And testing with 24/7.
Stand by.
Protect what matters with advanced security. Visit adsalarm.com.
You know, when you need air conditioning, you don't want it to falter, and you want to give it life and efficiency. You know what? Fix It 24/7 is the only company dedicated to keep your stuff running through preventive measures like the extreme clean check and tune of your AC. If you've never had it done, it's $39. It's like a couple hours of a refurbishment of the entire system with a no breakdown guarantee. Have it done. You'll save money with efficiency, and it'll add life to your AC, because dirt and grime's the #1 killer. That's fixmyhome.com. Book now. Fixmyhome.com. Book now. The Art of Granite will give you a price right now on the phone. Give them a call and say, you know what? I'm thinking of granite, or I'm thinking of marble, or any kind of man-made, or any kind of natural stone. They give prices on the phone. They also give free incentives. Ask what your incentive is. Free bathroom granite when you have the kitchen done, or a backsplash, or edge treatment, or something like that. Tear out and haul away is always free, and wholesale on all countertop materials. I love the Art of Granite. You will too. You're about 3 weeks away from getting new counters. Give them a call. Get a price. 303-386-5919. So how much time?
Go eat.
How much time?
4
Oh, okay,
15.
thanks.
4:15.
Thanks. You think I'm crazy?
Get some schmear on that thing.
He's out. He's gone.
Hey, Chopper, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey. Oh, no, my mic is on. I'm good. You go eat. Hey, Chopper. Hey, it took me a while to figure out that those emails are coming from you because they don't have your name on them. So
they don't?
It says like DAC file or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Actually, DAC is my initials.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I thought it was some nutcase. Like, no offense
You were
to
right.
you. But
Well,
You were right.
Yeah, that's right.
no offense to you. I thought I thought it was just some regular nutcase that got my email address like they usually do.
You know what? I'm glad you
Not
told me
an
that. I'm
inner
going to
circle
try to
nutcase.
get rid of that and that wherever that's
Yeah,
at.
if you put your name on it, that it won't be seen as spam. But hey, so I did speak with Alex. In fact, my most recent conversation was about half an hour ago.
Earlier.
And
Or are you
he
gassy? I smell
is taking his
Pop
car
Ron or
over
something
to
in
Sheridan
front.
Autotech.
Celery?
Oh my God.
Sounds good.
And
Smells so
we have a two-prong approach, actually a three-prong
What is
approach.
it?
He's going to
Sorry?
get Sheridan Auto Tech to
What the
remake
hell's
that
wrong with
insurance or the warranty claim because they know how to do stuff like that.
Hungry and
at the same
angry.
time, I'm going to keep rattling the warranty company's cage, though I don't think it's going to get us far.
Wait until you take me to
because
the
they've been
box
ignoring me all these weeks.
Is that tomorrow?
And then the
No,
third
July
part
9th.
approach, the third prong approach is I read his contract.
Well, I'm worried. Is everything okay down
and
there? It's
in
not
that contract, under the
need
arbitration
immediate-
clause, there is an
So,
there's an exception for small claims court.
I
So if both of
was
these
supposed
first
to have a
approaches I just
mammogram
mentioned
during
fail, then
COVID.
Alex is going to sue them in small claims court
And then
just kind
Adam
of roll
got
his
fired,
dice over there.
and we lost.
You know what? Sounds great. And
medical
it sounds like,
insurance,
see, you know how to handle
and they
that kind of
canceled
stuff.
my
and,
mammogram.
Well, yeah, I can't
and
handle
it only
anything
came up
for
because
him.
I was
From
getting an
me
oil
forever.
change.
But I can at
Yeah.
least
Boxed out
show
during
him
years.
what forms that I fill out. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
And,
Good morning,
and where to,
Tom Martino
where to
Show.
go to file and write the check and all that stuff. But hopefully, I think my biggest hope is with Sheridan Auto
Now, are you
because they're pretty good at successfully
referring
making these
to
warranty claims.
what Barry Miller was talking about?
That's good to know. And I'm going to work on that. I know where that has to be on the, the troubleshooter page. I'll get rid of that so it doesn't show up that way.
Who are you talking to me?
Yeah, the DAC file.
Oh, yeah, just because people don't think it's from a regular person, just like I did. It took me forever I got your updates, your inquiries, but I didn't read them because it didn't have your name on them. It doesn't say Chopper or your real name or Deputy
Okay, so you
DAC
have
or
a
something
question
like that.
about
So,
what's your name, sir?
Okay,
it was only
thanks a lot.
It was only when...
Did you say Mark?
It was only
M-A-R-K?
when Suze called me today.
All right, Mark, hang
And I
on
thought,
for
God,
me,
I mean,
and Tom will be with you as
Has
soon
Chopper
as
been
possible.
emailing me?
Okay?
So I did a keyword search for Chopper, and I found it within the body of the emails. That's
Yeah.
why I even opened them up today. So
Well-
anyway, don't think I was ignoring you, dude. I would never do that.
No, and the important thing is they'll put oil in my car the next time I go there.
Yeah. I
Look at
told
you,
him to
you're
pour some
off.
ketchup in there instead.
Yeah.
Hey, Dimitri.
Yes. Hi, Scott.
Hi. So the case you had yesterday was at Maryland with the SBA?
Anyway, so I just need to get...
Because I have a case that's virtually identical to that.
From last fall.
Yeah.
Virtually identical
and,
to.
Tom knows
Gary,
about
sir,
that.
I don't want
SBA
you
case.
to have to wait.
Chopper,
I have your phone
I mean,
number.
Yeah, it's just,
I'm
I mean,
gonna
it's slow
try to
going with
schedule John
SBA. It
McKenzie
really is.
for tomorrow. It doesn't look like he's available
see
right
here.
now, and
Can you step
so
out
I
and call
just
me? Because
wanna
I'll tell
make
you what I told her to do.
I've got you.
Yeah, I can give you a call at the top of the hour.
Yeah, whenever you feel like stepping out. Just
Yeah.
Call me.
And
Barry,
Tom?
I'll keep plugging it.
Yeah,
into
I'm
the
looking
show.
on it right now.
With
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let me stray right here. We're looking into the estate issue. We're looking into other stuff. So just hang on if you're on. The same with Confucius. We're trying to figure out a contact. And you have a contact for him?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I want to go to Mark first and try to squeeze this in. Mark, go ahead. What is your question, sir?
My question is, me and my dad passed away. He had a will. There's just two of us, me and my older brother, and we have the house almost sold. Or is there an inheritance tax, or are we going to get taxed on the money that we sell it after we sell it?
Okay. When you inherited the house on death, you inherited it at the day of death value. So, whatever the day of death value was, is your basis. And any money you put into it is your basis. So let's say on the day of death, the property is worth $500,000. And let's say you put 10 into it for some repairs. That's $510,000. Now let's say you got commissions and all of that. That all goes toward your basis. So the only tax, it's not inheritance tax, it would be normal capital gains if you sold the property above that amount. But normally, when an estate sells a house, it's so close to the date of death there is no great appreciation. But let's say, for argument's sake, your dad died on day 1, and on day 3, there was oil discovered on the property. Well, obviously, it would jump in value. You would subtract your basis, and you would pay what's called capital gains taxes on the profit. But most likely, you're not going to have any profit. And for the rest of your stuff, there are no inheritance taxes.
Okay, so if we sell it for it's under 500,000. That's why I'm asking.
Well, it doesn't matter how much it is. If it was $1 million and you sold it for $1 million, there would be no tax due on it.
Okay, so.
And the only time there's an inheritance tax on an estate itself is for really big estates. I think right now the exclusion, is 16 million. So there's really not a lot of trouble with estate taxes. It's a pretty friendly system right now for heirs.
Here's another question then. My father had a savings account, and we've been taxed on taking it out. Now, why is that?
No, you should never have been taxed on taking it out. Are you positive? Now, wait a minute. Who withheld the tax? The bank?
Yes.
Okay. Why did they withhold tax on that?
I'm not the power. My brother is the power.
Here, I want you to hold. I want you to hold on because there's I think I know why. If you can just hold for a few minutes, I'll take you right up. Confucius, we're investigating the Coors Field thing and where to call for that. We're going to have someone help you. And then Julie has an issue with an apartment. More coming up. Okay, so I'll plug the hell out of it. If you have to take off now. If not, you're welcome. Obviously, you never have to leave, but okay, no, okay. So now's the break.
Good luck with Julie.
And I gotta take care of that food. There's just too much fucking food. These people, they're terrible.
Does it taste good?
Oh my god, this is, you know what? This has been the best lunch we've had so far.
What?
In my opinion.
New York Deli is absolutely the best.
So glad to
I'm going up have another bite
All
or
right,
two, but
you eat like
there's
a
no way I can
teenage girl,
finish
but what food did you get?
Hey, Tom.
Tom, what did you get?
It's gonna be my dinner.
I thought he got bagels.
Oh, that's right.
Get some chopped liver, dude. Oh, next time I have a whole page of questions.
Can't be better than tacos.
Oh no, it's for the show because I came up with questions I think others will be very interested in.
You gonna get your burgers today? No fish, whatever it was. Oh, that was. Oh,
You bet.
He liked the smell of my celery, if that tells you anything.
Sniffing your celery.
Let me just.
All right, see you later.
I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of that DAC file.
Well, that's what I mean. Just give me a second.
It shows right there. You know,
I know, but
Thank you.
just one second.
Too noisy.
Maybe coming
And cold.
Eh.
from. Oh, here. I mean,
You don't have my issues.
Nobody has your issues.
I think you can change it right on your phone.
On the phone?
Just have to find the setting. Let me call Dean. I'll find it because in there's a place for signatures. And you should just be able to change it.
I know how to do a signature. Here, I think I might be able to change it here. I saw something pop up here before. Yeah. Name and pronunciation. Well, let's see what happens. Might be right here. Nickname.
Oh, could be. Yeah.
Shouldn't have had to be heroes. Because this accident never should have happened.
In Italy, a days-long wedding event for Amazon founder Jeff Bezos and his fiancée sparking protests and security concerns in Venice. Locals hanging no space for Bezos signs, saying the city is already suffering from over-tourism. The mayor of Venice supports the destination wedding, saying it would bring in money. Michelle Franson, ABC News.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks? Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking? Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon Reality can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
KHOW News Time, 12:03. Denver Public Schools have a classroom teachers association reached a tentative agreement on a new contract.
And they can
Average salary increases of about 8%
lender relations
plus a
specialists.
$1,000 cost of living increase and a one-time payment of $1,000. It also includes just over 4% raises in years 2 and 3, along with addressing class sizes, with specific efforts undertaken to address oversized classes and a 30-student target. DCTA members will now vote on whether to ratify the contract. If they do, it will go before the school board for final ratification. It could be a stormy afternoon along the Front Range.
The possibility of severe weather later on this afternoon, including large hail, damaging gusty winds, even an isolated tornado in parts of the metro area. Mainly after 1-2 o'clock this afternoon.
Dimitri, you there?
Overnight down to the low 60s, and then mostly cloudy and cooler for your Wednesday in the low 80s. With a concern for power construction.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer. Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by blindster.com.
Yeah, we're still dealing with delays in the foothills, particularly I-70 eastbound at Morrison. We've had a semi crash. There's a fuel spill. 2 left lanes blocked, and it's backed up just past Lookout Mountain. Now, if you're heading west, I-70 down Floyd Hill, we're still jammed up. They've reopened the drive for the rock scaling, but westbound is kind of filling in the brunt of that. Looks like everywhere else in pretty good shape. Light volume for the most part. There's a crash coming in on Harlan at I-70, another one on Wadsworth, northbound at Mexico. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Need new blinds? At Blindster.com, we offer guaranteed low prices, guaranteed satisfaction, free samples, and free shipping. At Blindster, we take the fear out of ordering custom blinds, shades, and shutters so you can do it yourself and save big. Blindster.com.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. Starring John Fogerty, Bryan Adams, Sammy Hagar, Mariah Carey, Tim McGraw, Jelly Roll, Ed Sheeran, and more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Superstar performances, never before seen collaborations, and once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe. Get your iHeartRadio Music Festival tickets now at AXS.
Back in the house, brother.
Is Dimitri around there?
Not right now. He's on the phone.
When you see him, tell him I changed it to chopper, see if it worked.
Okay, he changed it to chopper, whatever that means. See if it works, is what he said. Okay, I'm feeling great, all ready to get beat up again tomorrow. Oh, let's get through this. Let's just get through this.
Since it doesn't kill you, it's making you stronger.
Let's hope to God.
Dimitri hung up on me.
Who did? Dimitri. I'm going to send you one. No, so nice.
Okay.
Okay.
said, yeah, Tom's calling me. Gotta go.
Keyword on our website. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. The only show of its kind anywhere in the universe. And I want to get to Mark, who has some questions on real estate. Any questions, problems, complaints you have? Listen, this truly is the only show where we talk about these everyday aches and pains, the things that make us tick and the things that tick us off. And this hour is brought to you by Renew Home Innovations, beautiful walk-in showers done in 2 or 3 days, and you have months to pay with 0 interest. It's wonderful. Renew Home Innovations, the best, most beautiful showers you're going to find. They convert those old, ugly tubs. So renewhomeinnovations.com, 303-904-2000. Sheet porcelain with no maintenance, beauty and economy, renewhomeinnovations.com. So let's go back to Mark. He had some real estate concerns on inheriting, and I want to make something very, very clear. A lot of people are so confused on so-called inheritance tax. In the United States, we have a system of what's called exclusions, and each year, depending on who the Congress is, the laws are either changed, amended, or they stay the same. But what they do is they name the exclusion. So, for example, for many years it was 14 million. So any estates under 14 million, 0 taxes. Okay, and if you had over that, then there would be what's called an estate tax. And those of high net worth individuals would have like insurance or stuff like that to deal with estate taxes. But for the most part, most of us do not have to deal with estate taxes. So if you're left something, you don't pay tax on it. If you're left a home, you only pay tax if you make a profit on the home. But the profit is calculated from the day of death value. Now, here's another thing I want to tell you. If something was inside the estate where taxes were never paid, like an IRA or a 401k, those taxes would be paid. But that's not an inheritance tax. So let me just say, anything left to you in an inheritance, in an estate, is not taxed unless there's qualified money in there where tax was never paid. So what if you inherited a piece of art and that artwork was $1 million, but your dad only bought it for $100,000? Again, you get the stepped up basis in value. So really, for the most part, we don't have to worry about stuff we inherit. Mark, do you have any, because you had a question about the house, do you have any additional questions on your dad's estate?
Yeah, after we sell the house, me and my older brother are going to split it. I don't have to claim that as income, right?
That's right.
It's not income.
That's right. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay. Yeah, and why did the bank tax him to take money out?
Oh, now that was that. Here's what happens sometimes. Banks pay interest on bank accounts, and sometimes when people close accounts, they withhold taxes as just a precaution, and they give you a statement and they withhold the tax, and when you file your taxes, you get it back. But normally banks don't do that. But if they did it, it's not because of your inheritance. It's because of the bank account itself. Was there a lot of money in that account?
60,000.
Okay, so here's what they're doing. They're trying to predict how much tax will be due on that account from the interest you made, and they're trying to withhold it. Now, I don't think banks are required to do that. Are you looking it up, D, by any chance? I was curious if you were. Okay. But I think banks withhold taxes for anyone. So if your dad was still alive and did this, it would have been based on his tax situation and not the fact that it was left to you in an estate.
Okay, so my brother, he has a tax ID number on that account because he's in charge of.
Now, what do you mean a tax ID number? That would be the your dad's social security number. Why does he have a separate EIN number?
It's actually a TIN.
Well,
what do you mean a TIN number? What are you talking about? Okay, so the EIN, they call it EIN because that stands for employer's identification number. You're right, and it's a taxpayer's identification number. It is a
company.
It is a technicality, but they're both what they are identifying numbers like a social security number. Most of the time when we do business by ourselves or we have bank accounts and all of that, we simply use our social security number. But some people, for some reasons, when they have a trust or something, have to get a separate number. I'm not sure why your brother got a separate number on that account. It certainly wasn't required.
Because he had to open a new account to be able to.
Well, okay. But what I don't understand is why he has a separate number. He didn't need one.
Yeah. So my other question is, after we sell the house and we split the money, we do not have to pay taxes when we file income tax.
That's right, brother. I know you find that shocking. I know you do, because you're thinking to yourself, holy crap, I'm going to deposit $100,000 in my account and it's free.
Well, my brother just keeps thinking we're going to get taxed. That's why
you're not going to get taxed, man. Now, what was the house? When did your dad die?
At the end of February.
Okay. What was the house worth? What was the house worth then?
We have it listed.
No, I'm asking approximately what was the house worth at the day of death?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, put a number on it. Put a number on it, okay? And anything you sell above that would be profit.
For 450.
Okay, and what are you selling it for?
435.
Okay, so you don't have any tax due. So let's say the house was worth 450 when he died, and you found someone who wants it so badly, and it got in a bidding war, and you're getting 600 for it. You would pay the tax above the date of death value. Do you get that?
Yeah, okay.
But you don't have to worry about that, man. You don't have to worry about it. Your brother is mistaken.
Okay.
There's no inheritance tax. I'm sorry for your loss, but congratulations on an inheritance. Put it to good use, and don't do anything stupid like buy a Ferrari. Anyway, 303-7. Anyway, thank you very much. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And by the way, on a serious note, a really serious note, when I started Wave 8 Wealth Management, we don't deal with just high net worth individuals. We give free advice to people of all walks of life. So if you ever needed advice, there's no charge, no obligation ever for for when you call us and ask questions and want to have you want to sit down and have a powwow about your finances. Never a charge. And it's the thing is, these are just consultations, and we love helping people. I look at it almost like an extension of my radio show. We love giving information to people so they don't make stupid mistakes, okay? One of the biggest mistakes people make when they have money, the very first is they rush into an investment. And you always have to watch out for investments that obligate you for a term of time. Be really careful about that, okay? And that goes for any investment that does that, where you have to lock up your money. Now, I'm not saying they're bad investments. I'm just saying be very, very careful before you lock up money of any kind. Sometimes you're willingly locking up money because, it might be an annuity and you're willing to do that. You're saying, you know what? I'm going to sacrifice some of the upside potential I could make in the market. I'm going to sacrifice liquidity because I believe in safety. And I don't care that I have to tie up my money because I'm going to get income or I'm going to get this. Just know terms and conditions, okay? That's all I'm asking you. Now, Kachina, have you been able to get anyone for the Confucius? No, I know what. I was going to do that. Hold on a second, Confucius. I have an idea. I've been overloading Chopper today.
I got someone for you.
Oh, you do? What did you find out, Deputy D?
Well, Confucius.
Oh, I heard you calling. Yeah, what did you find out?
Confucius say there's a nasty smell in the basement of.
That's what Confucius say. A nasty, what he calls a sewer odor coming from an area.
Confucius, go to the Aramark office and ask for a very nice lady named Shannon. Last initial is C. She works in the accounting department. And she knows everybody who works at Coors Field. And I've known Shannon for about 15 years.
So it's not going to get him in trouble or anything?
No, if he's just polite about it and say, Shannon, is there someone I can talk to? Who do you recommend I talk to about getting rid of the sewer smell?
Or not just getting rid of it, but just seeing if it's serious or not, right? Just investigating it.
Well, it'd be nice to get rid of it, too,
well,
so that Confucius doesn't have to smell it all day.
Of course. What do you think it's from?
Well, it's obviously from some of the sewage over there. I have no idea.
I'll tell you what I think.
Do
you know what? Do you know 90% of the time what the reason for sewer gas smell?
Yes.
What?
Dried out drains.
Okay, I didn't think about that one. You're right. That's a good one. But most of the time it's a vent leading out to the roof. But you're right. It's also P-traps that get empty. P-traps are drains. Let's say you have a guest bedroom and there's a shower in there and it's not used much. Well, that shower, that drain, if it dries out, will allow sewer gas smell to come back up through that drain. And you'll swear to God something died in it.
That's why they're called traps.
They're called P-traps. That's right.
That's to trap the sewer gas.
Yeah, and it also traps things. Believe it or not, if you drop something like a ring down there, it'll stay in that little loop unless you keep flushing it. Julie, I know I have to take a break, but Julie, let's get started with you. What is the issue? Is it something you're renting?
Yeah, I've been here for approximately 3 years. It's actually the most accessible rental I've found in.
Now, is this a normal rental? Is this a normal rental where you're paying rent, or is it subsidized? And I just have to ask this because it really makes a difference. Is this a normal rental and a normal lease?
I have a housing voucher.
Okay, that's why I asked. Okay, hold on and we'll come back to this. Coming up, talking about subsidized lease. She's having issues. She says it's terrible. We'll talk to her and more coming up. 303-713-8255.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Imagine cleaning your carpets with no soaps, no chemicals of any kind, just purified, softened water that gets out all of the pathogens and allergens and all of the crap from previous cleanings. Imagine that. And then using less water because it cleans so well, where your carpets dry faster and stay clean longer. This is all possible with ZeroResDenver.com. That stands for zero residue. I've been using them for years, and you should too. Even the indoor air quality of your home will be improved because there's nothing to evaporate into the air. You know, your carpet's the biggest air filter in your home. You want it safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for yourself, and safe for indoor air. Call ZeroRes. Not to mention, your carpets look beautiful, and don't just look it, but feel it. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150. Get your price right now. Right now for countertops. You want granite? You want marble? Maybe you want some limestone. Maybe you want some quartzite. Anything you want, whether it's natural stone or man-made material. They'll quote you on the phone. There's always wholesale on materials, always. Whether you buy it from Mitch Floria directly in their yard in Golden, or you go somewhere else. Wholesale on all materials. Tear out and haul away is also free. And they do the bathroom free when you have the kitchen done, plus other incentives, depending on when you call. So call and get your incentive and your price right now. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919. So she has subsidized house. Okay, you found out some good information. So you know that person personally?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been one of my customers for about 15 years now.
Okay.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir.
I've got an update on that auto body shop down in Pueblo.
Okay, let me put in Deputy Dollar. And then I want to talk to Chopper.
He's here.
I know. I'm going to talk to him too.
I've
Tell
got
him to
about
get
3
ready.
updates.
Okay. Chopper, we got to go flying again, brother. I haven't been flying because of my condition, you know, but.
Can you eat pancakes?
Yeah, let's do it. When is that is it this Saturday, isn't it? The first Saturday is this Saturday. No, yes, no, maybe not.
I don't think so.
No. I'm
Next one. It's like the last Saturday.
No, it's first Saturday, but
I'm looking at
this
the wrong.
weekend is the last Saturday.
that might be big 4th of July weekend.
Ooh.
Maybe they do something special.
Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show. Yes.
entire bathroom, or if you prefer, just a new shower, specializing in tub-to-shower conversions.
Did you hear the rest of the call?
Transparent pricing. Call for your free estimate and get the bath of your dreams. 303-421-7100.
Right, at the Aaron Mark offices.
421-7100.
Brought to you by Novartis, founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. The PWHL Draft is tonight, beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern at the Hard Rock Hotel in Ottawa. The draft will consist of 6 rounds with all 8 teams, including expansion sides Vancouver and Seattle, making 1 pick per round.
Okay.
The New York Sirens will pick first, selecting from the pool of 199 players from 15 different countries. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Singh on iHeart Podcast. We recognize the importance of dreaming big and achieving more.
Okay.
iHeart Women's Sports Network.
Hey, who's at the door? Damn.
DoorDash.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino. So Julie says she's been renting for 3 years and you're on a housing voucher. Is it Section 8?
Yeah.
And tell me what's going on. What's your story? How can we help you?
There's actually a lot of things to it, but in short.
Well, where did it all start? Let's go seriously, Julie. You've been renting for 3 years on Section 8. When did your problems first start?
I noticed that there was a problem only a few months into renting, and I rented here because it's green housing and it was brand new, and I have extremely sensitive.
So a few months into your very first lease, you noticed a problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I did a mold test, and it came back. The mold plate had, there was growth. So,
well, you know what, Julie, that's going to 98% of the time we're going to find mold. The question is it deadly or toxic mold, or is it moderate mold, or all of that? But one thing I do want to tell you, and I want you to hear this because I don't want to lie to you and I don't want to waste your time, but I'm going to tell you that Section 8 will do nothing about mold for your apartment, not unless it was truly overrun with toxic mold and it was making people sick. But if you have a sensitivity and you're getting free housing vouchers and you complain about mold, I'm just, like I said, I'm not telling you what I think is right. I'm telling you what will happen. They will do nothing. They're not going to say, all right, let's investigate this mold for Julie. They're not going to do it.
Yeah, but that's the least of my concerns. That was just the first thing.
Let's go to the most important concerns. What are they?
So as far as uninhabitability, I think there's like 8 hits on that. I have been paying for a laundry machine $30 a month, which I had a reasonable accommodation. I shouldn't be paying for, but it's not been working. It was agitating without water. Hot water, no hot water.
Okay, so right now you're paying extra for something you're not getting?
Yes.
What is it that you're paying extra for? You called it a what machine?
The laundry machine.
What you mean, like a you mean like a clothes washer?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you mean you're not getting it? You don't have a washing machine?
No, I do. I did a reasonable accommodation request.
What does that mean? Well, I don't know what that means, I guess, Julie. A reasonable accommodation meaning what?
A reasonable accommodation request to eliminate the $30 a month fee.
Oh,
because,
okay. I get it. So you were saying that you need this washing machine because you're disabled and you wanted them to pay for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would have been housing. Yeah.
Okay. And so did they turn it down or did they approve it?
Yeah, I never received a letter, and obviously I didn't get approved because I'm having to pay extra for that for rent.
But you're telling me
no.
you're paying extra, but you're not getting it. Is there no washing machine there?
No, there's a washing machine there, and apparently it has not been working, but for a short time in the beginning, finally caught it agitating without water. Had to wash
Yeah, well,
my
we
clothes
don't
and,
have to get into the technicalities, but it's suffice it to say you basically can't use it. Is that what we're saying right now? You can't use that washing machine?
Well, sometimes it works on the bulky setting. Let's put it that way. I can't use any other, and it doesn't have
So
hot water.
have you talked to them about it and say, look, I'm paying extra for this and it's not working?
I have. The correspondence is more than I can count about the same thing.
Yeah, but so if you call and say the washing machine's not working, what do they do?
Well, actually, the last time he came over, and he faked like it's hot water. Well, I don't think 107 is hot water.
Well, I don't know. But usually with detergent, it's hot enough. What do you want right now, Julie? What can we do for you?
Well, so the place has no paint on the walls. The
What do you mean? What do you mean no? What do you
there.
mean no paint on the walls? What do you mean?
Literally, in certain areas, this place was not completed. Okay, I had a painting job before I became disabled, and in certain areas it is just texture. There are certain areas that do have primer on them. I went into them because I.
How long have you been in that particular apartment? That particular apartment. How long have you been in it?
3 months, 3 years, but it's the.
So you've been in the same. You've been in the same apartment for 3 years.
Yeah. It's the best accommodations I've found.
Okay.
But it's also they won't do any. Well, they sent once in a while they'll send the orchid men, but yeah.
Do you have a contact that we could call and ask them about the situation? Would they think that you're a pain in the ass, or would they say you complain too much, or does everyone feel the same way? Do you have neighbors that feel the same way?
Yeah, this place, boy, there was countless air conditioners that didn't work for one summer.
But right now, though, if we had to narrow down the problems that you're having right now, the washing machine is one of them, and you're saying the paint, you want your place painted?
Yeah, he wrote up a reasonable accommodation request for paint on the wall and to flush the floor drain that is behind the locked door by the hot water heater because I was having bug problems or am still.
Are you having any sewer gases as a result of that?
Yeah, which makes me sick.
Okay. All right. Julie, you're on the bottom floor then, right?
No, I'm on the second.
Okay. Do your neighbors, have you ever talked to your neighbors? Are they having similar problems?
Yeah, there's this group site on Facebook and only complaints. And yes, a lot of people. Have you ever tried to wipe off a spot on your wall and it wipes off the paint? Well, that would be primer or mud because there is no finish coat.
No, you're right. You're right.
None of these places have gotten
Listen,
finished.
here's what I want to say. I want to say something because I'm getting a lot of comments and texts. There are people, and let's just, like I said, I believe in just being wide open on this show. See, and I'm on your. I'm going to tell you basically I'm on your side, Julie, because I know that a lot of people are in a situation, no fault of their own, where they depend on Section 8, but that doesn't mean they should have to accept substandard conditions. There are people commenting on my text saying you should be grateful, the government's paying your rent, just be happy, blah blah blah. But there's no reason why people should have to live smelling sewer gas or paying for a washing machine that doesn't work or stuff like that. There's a fine line between gratitude and exercising your rights. I am sure, Julie, that in general you appreciate the Section 8 accommodations, the fact that you can get help with your rent and all of that. But by the way, what happened with you? Why are you on Section 8? Do you have a disability?
Yeah, so I'm a survivor of domestic violence, which was my safety, compromised my safety. And I would like to make a comment on some of that.
No, you go ahead. Make a comment. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Then you got to take a break.
I am very appreciative of the fact that I have a home. The situation is these things exasperate. I have CIRS, chronic inflammatory response syndrome.
Okay, Julie, hold on. I got to take this break. I understand you have a plethora of health problems. Hold on. We got more right after this.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
We're seeing heavier than normal delays.
Hey, Tom, quick question.
I-270 approaching I-7.
Does a washing machine heat up the water?
Or one on I-25.
So then then she's not, if the washing machine is not
You're right.
giving her hot water,
You're
it's
right.
not her washing machine's problem.
You're absolutely right.
Blocking
That's a good point, by the way.
With
All right, thank you.
Kane.
Alarm Detection Systems. Video business security with expert installation and 24/7 monitoring. Protect what matters. Serving Denver, Boulder County, Northern Colorado, the Eastern Plains, and Colorado Springs. Visit adsalarm.com.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is a place that helps you get ready for retirement and coaches you through retirement. They help people in all aspects, including getting your estate in order, long-term health care, health insurance, and also income through fixed indexed annuities. They're a big believer in annuities to put money into to get income and to protect the principal. And they also have other strategies for younger people getting ready for retirement because you have to start sometime, right? And they are a big believer in building a nest egg and helping it grow. If you ever want to consult people about retirement and find out what you're doing right or wrong, give them a call. They'll talk to you with no obligation. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211. And speaking of financing, one thing I'm a big believer in is an emergency fund in savings and getting rid of high interest debt. If you have a lot of high interest debt you're paying on monthly, and then you're trying to invest money on the side, you're just wasting time. You're really just spinning your wheels and staying in the same spot because high interest debt is a big, giant waste. You should get rid of that first. It's like less than zero before you can start building above zero. So here's what I recommend. American Financing, they are my team members and my partners when it comes to getting you out of high interest debt. They have the Smart Equity Loan, AmericanFinancing.net. the Smart Equity Loan, to put that high interest debt into a manageable monthly payment that saves you hundreds of dollars a month, immediately improves your credit, and gives you breathing room. You can pay it on time. You can pay that part of that loan quicker. Whatever it is, it will improve your financial situation immediately. Call them about the Smart Equity Loan, or maybe even a complete refi if you need it to pull cash out. Whatever it is, they have your home financing needs and your home equity loan ready to go for you if you qualify. 303-695-7000. Give them a call. Discuss your options. 303-695-7000.
Yeah.
Didn't you send an email?
I wonder where he gets all this money.
I don't know.
Out of these different attorneys.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay.
You're saying the same identical thing that I heard.
Just hang on for 1 second. Hang on.
Ding, ding.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else would like to address the council?
No, thank you, sir.
All right, I just reset the request. Thank you. Okay, no problem. Okay, bye.
I wonder if that guy is like a Drew.
He is. That's what I thought.
Huh.
It's a good way of putting it.
Yeah. I also need Drew to call in.
I know what's happened.
It's been a couple months.
Hey, don't be a troublemaker.
I heard that.
KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi. Welcome to the show, 303-713-8255. What's on your mind? What can we do to help you? That's what we need to know. All right. So when you call us, we try to help. Now, again, there are people who really don't react well. And they say the more you give people, the more they complain. And even though people have health problems, it's not everyone's problem. It's their problem. One said, Tom, people are sick. People are disabled. Why do people feel society owes them something? Someone else says, why don't they be appreciative for what they have and try to work with others? Now, again, I have a very mixed audience, and most of the time, I'm just going to tell you, most of the time people, the people who express themselves are the ones who are more vocal and angry about things than those who stay quiet. There might be a lot of quiet people saying, look, poor Julie can't help it. She's got health problems. And all she wants is a place that she can live in without mold, without odors, without these problems. She's not asking for the Taj Mahal. So again, Julie, you were about to say something and I had to take a break. So continue. You say you are appreciative of what you have, but you simply want, you were starting to outline your disabilities. There's no reason to do that, Julie. I believe you. You have health problems. So so take it from there. I mean, we can make some phone calls and find out where they are in getting some of these things fixed. But to be honest with you, one of the most common complaints we get, you're not the only one. We get a lot of complaints about subsidized housing in general. In general, people who have housing vouchers and getting their rent paid, they feel like they're being treated like second-class citizens. They're not, what I'm saying? They feel like, it's not my fault that I'm using vouchers, but don't I deserve a decent place to live? Is that how you would put it?
Well, I like everybody else. It's important to have hot water to be able to sanitize your stuff.
Yeah.
And
by the way, Dragon brought this out. The hot water problem has nothing to do with your washing machine. You know that, right?
That's the hot water heater.
Right. So are you having problems with hot water in general or just when you wash clothes?
No, in general. There's no hot water coming out of any tap. It's 105 to 110, and the dishwasher needs it to be 120 in order for it to work.
But here's another thing.
I'm not capable.
I don't think we're going to get Section 8. I don't know what their minimum standards are, actually. Do you know, is this privately owned property? Because you can use Section 8 vouchers on government property or privately. Is this privately owned property? Do you know?
No, but I was trying to put in the warrant of habitability, but due to my brain injury, and I think that's what he's,
My God, Julie, every time we talk about something, you have a disability to match it. I mean, look at warranty of habitability issues are real things. That means that you have to have basic housing and basic safety and basic security. I don't think that you splitting hairs between 110 degrees and 120 degrees, that is not an issue of habitability. I don't think you're going to get anyone to do anything under the Warranty of Habitability Act. Have you called the health department?
Yeah, and they said that having no paint is a health risk.
Well, what are they doing about it? What are they doing about it?
Because I have Section 8, my housing coordinator should be able to do something.
Is your housing coordinator doing anything?
She's not supportive at all. In fact, I'm paying like 50% where it should be 30%.
Of what?
And
of what?
Of my income.
Okay.
So all of my 3 utilities are out of pocket as well.
Okay.
And
Julie, again, so if we had to pick, you have so many problems with health and with housing. If we had to pick the top, let's say 2 problems to help you with, what would they be right now? What are we talking about?
Well, I don't know about that, but let me add in that during winter, and I didn't get any response with either the infestation of bugs that I was getting bit and sting,
Julie, I can't believe
the fact that
put her on hold. I don't know what to do about this. Every area of her life Every single area of her life is nothing but a problem. Everything. Julie, I don't know how you grew up. I really don't. None of these things are going to, people are just getting by. They're barely getting by. And I'm going to be honest with you. Section 8's not going to do anything about these things. They're not going to look at each and every one of your problems and go down a list and say, let's take care of Julie. It's just not going to happen. If you have a serious problem today, Kachina, have her talk to one of the deputies there. If she has a problem we can work on, let's work on it. But all she does is talk about, my God, every area of her health is bad and every area of her housing is bad. There is nothing good. In fact, I'd like to ask her, is there anything good going on in her life right now? Ask her that. Julie, is there anything good going on in your life right now? Anything at all?
Yeah, there is.
Good.
But, I'll tell you this.
Hold on a sec. I'll come right back. I got to take a break. We got a whole show here. Hold on. I just get exasperated.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
We're seeing heavier than normal delays right now, westbound I-270 approaching I-76. And a pair of accidents to keep an eye out for, one on I-25. It's southbound at 136th Ave, blocking the left lane. In Jefferson County, a crash, I-70 eastbound at US 40, blocking 2 left lanes. With traffic, I'm Kelly Kane.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
There's been a lot of hail damage, and you're going to have roofers knocking on your door trying to get you to sign. I'm going to tell you this, never sign at the door ever, nothing. You don't have to give people authorization to look at your roof. Number 2, all contracts should be fully specified and detailed with each and every piece of material and the cost involved. Excel Roofing is the only one that does this. Excel Roofing doesn't require you to sign anything to look at your roof. Excel Roofing also has no penalty clauses and doesn't require a down payment. If a roofer requires you to give them a check or a down payment, walk away. ExcelRoofing.com doesn't require this. EXCEL as in excellent. ExcelRoofing.com, a company you can trust. 303-761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com. 2 attorneys I want to tell you about, and I hope you don't need any of them ever. But John Fuller is someone you want to know if you do need him. If you have an injury in an accident, before you even hire an attorney, he'll talk to you. No other attorneys do that. They want to sign you up first. John Fuller's not like that. If you call the very first time, ask to talk to John, they'll get you his phone. They'll funnel your phone call to him or find him for you, and then you can ask your questions. John will never pressure you into being a client, but answer all of your questions as if you are a client. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. Call and get valuable information when you need it most. John Fuller, 303-597-4500, 597-4500. John Fuller. Another attorney I hope you never need is Joseph A. Lazzara. Joe Lazzara, Lazzara. Lazzara. He's a criminal defense attorney. Don't ever shop for a defense attorney when you're charged with something or under pressure or really, really hurting. You need a clear head. We've done the shopping for you. You can trust Joe Lazzara. Always free initial consultations to talk about your case. If you guys decide on a relationship and you want to hire Joe, then he does a flat rate price for your case. Joe Lazzara, Lazzara. You can find him at referralist.com. Call him directly at 303-429-6200, 429-6200.
sister and sell.
Yeah.
Sell these
1031.
houses.
That's a trade, right?
What?
1031's a trade.
Yeah.
Julie, what's the best number to reach you at? And that's 303-601-0761. We're going to try to assign this to one of our deputies, and they're just volunteers that come in and they work for the show, and they try to do a little bit of a deeper dive to get a little more help on this.
Kelly, can you hear me?
Text now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the #1 testosterone brand at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever. Absolutely free.
Understood.
Text CHART to 321321.
We'll do our best to try to find somebody to help you out, okay?
To 321321.
Okay, no problem, Julie. Thanks so much.
Most people have more than just roof damage.
Okay, bye-bye.
So hire the only
She's definitely a person
on the
that has
phone.
a problem for every solution.
one point of contact, one invoice. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. From
All right, we're done for the hour.
windows, decks, and more. I've known the owner, Marc Mager, for more than 20 years. You tell Bob King, his company, and his team. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. 303-678-8509.
Those Sonic smash burgers are good. Did you like it when you went?
Yeah.
They're good.
Yeah, they are.
They're too good.
Yeah, they are.
When you're on a diet. Sure'd be nice if Tom would send a couple of those over here for us once.
That's right.
Yeah. We could use them.
This is so nice. All right, which one of you wants Julie's?
I thought Dimitri said that he was a friend of hers, but
No.
I'll take her,
He
I guess.
actually was a friend of
Confucius?
the Aramark.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where I got
And
that.
he's convinced that it's not Aramark. That's why he's back on the phone.
I didn't think it was going to be an Aramark problem.
Did you call the garage door company by any chance? Did they hang up on you?
No. No, I didn't. I couldn't even get a hold of Carol. I left
Okay.
a message like I told you.
Yeah. What do you got on Julie? 0761. That one's going to be probably after the show. Yeah, because I still got others. Is Tom done with her?
Well, she's still up there.
Or did she ever answer what's good in her life?
No, I don't believe so.
Showhopping.com is one of the largest 4.0 networks. They can help people with all credit types, up to $5,000.
Oh, she's gone now.
Oh.
It was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. Bill7.com delivers that immediately balance goes in, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to billshappen.com and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
Dollar and Chopper. I have so much to talk about. Damn it. Are we out of this hour? We're out, aren't we?
We are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn it.
Huh.
It'd be nice if the clock was right on this computer. I thought we had
I'm
10
gonna
more
go
minutes.
upstairs.
Oh.
We got this hour shot to hell. You know what I mean? Shot. We used to like the meaning of shot.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. You know,
Oh,
I'm looking-
I know.
And Sue said she tried to change it. It's probably a network. But yours isn't off by 10 minutes, is it?
No.
Then
There is a way you can change it.
But Sue said she tried. She told me to try it, but I mean, you go to time and you change it.
Right, adjust date and time, right?
Yeah. But I don't want to touch it during the show because God knows missiles will go off up here.
Extreme heat holding its grip in the Northeast and South Philadelphia. Officials say the city hit 100 degrees, breaking a record in 99 in 2023. Michelle Franson, ABC News. After 6 weeks of presenting evidence and witness testimony, prosecutors in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering trial have rested.
I'd rather just put a piece of black tape over it so you don't look.
I know.
I look down here at this one, and I would have had it.
New York City also has more on last-minute testimony and maneuvers.
I got a feeling he's not going to get to us then.
Well, you got one call, and
He said he has a lot to talk about.
well, maybe.
Did that Brian guy leave? I can't see it. Vestera?
Yeah, he left.
Did you catch by any chance when that seminar was?
July 18th. Here in the tech center.
Oh shit,
That's forever.
I know that's so far in the future for me. I gotta run and get my ears. Kaiser does an ear cleaning for you if you want it.
Oh.
Instead of buying the thing.
Right. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to let you know when I pick you both up, I'll be wearing my short shorts. What? No! Yep, and my dorky dad.
Even Tom's clock is off by 1 minute.
I've noticed that before.
Yeah.
Because I like my short shorts. Of course, I could be talked out of it if you guys would just buckle up your seatbelts without giving me a hard time.
It's important to get your kids to buckle up for safety, no matter what it takes. And sometimes, all it takes is your parental powers of persuasion.
Okay, we're buckling up. See, I'll buckle. Good choice. I'll just have to do my dad dance at dinner time. Whoop, whoop. No!
See, that's what CN would say. And then Fox would say they were totally wiped out.
Until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Visit safercar.gov/.
How would you like to have been the guy that had to go check in at those sites in the morning?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going today.
Today on whether to become a home rule county. County Commissioner George Teal says a home rule charter could exempt the county from certain laws like Senate Bill 3, a gun measure, because of a certain phrase he says the legislation lacks. It's meant to be statewide application? It doesn't say a state concern anywhere in that bill. Former Commissioner Laura Thomas opposes home rule.
I heard George say on the radio last week that Senate Bill 3, the gun control bill, he wants to put that in our charter so we don't have to follow that law. That's just not true.
There are currently 2 Colorado home rule counties. Coloradans will be paying more for licenses and license plates next week. Division of Motor Vehicles fees for licenses, learner's permits, state IDs, and vehicle record searches next Monday. License plates and electric vehicle registration fees will also increase on Tuesday, July 1st. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, impact traffic. This report is sponsored by
Is his office over here or something?
No, he's in the Springs.
Oh, you said it's at the Denver Tech Center.
But I think he comes down here to do a Saturday show.
Oh. What, over by the theater?
He comes here.
In this studio here?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know if he comes every week.
Oh, no. I mean, when the seminar, where does he
hold it? Some hotel, I think. Like,
yeah. No, he does do a Saturday show.
Yeah.
I've heard.
Keanu, he'll have those seminars at some of these hotels over here.
Have you made it to the new Ace Hardware? I haven't.
No.
I haven't made it in. I mean, that's rare for me.
It's just a little. If it was over by the Target.
It's on the wrong side of the road.
It's on the wrong side of the road.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Then I have to go under Parker Road and then into that shopping center.
That's why I like gas stations on both sides of the road. So you can. Yeah, okay.
Good, but I'm only limited to 50 pounds. The reps are
It's
up
like
there.
when the Maverick opened.
But
It's on the correct side of the street.
what's that?
I actually go to the one by Walmart a lot.
See, this guy,
That
Confucius,
Maverick
has it all
is-
wrong. The notes up there say,
Murphy.
He's convinced it's not Aramark. You're not saying it's Aramark. You're saying go there to start. Exactly.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Money. That's money. Enter it now.
Tom, your clock's off by a minute behind you.
No, it's not. It's atomic.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino. This is the Troubleshooter Show. And man, have we had a variety of calls today and a variety of comments. And I knew it would get political. Let me give you an example. You know, sometimes I lament at how many people call that are just hard luck stories. It starts with disabilities. There are so many people with disabilities. Then they're on the public dole. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I think people in need, we have a collective responsibility to those truly in need to help them. I really believe that. But then people many times who complain on this show are people, if you look, I went back and I looked at people complaining about their housing conditions. All right. I went back and looked. I have real stats on people. I don't go by theory or by feeling. I go by stats. 85% of those complaining about their housing conditions were on subsidized or free housing. The number one complaint, it was unhealthy for them in their current condition because of their disabilities. So disabilities and habitability. 85% of the time, people who are on the public dole. Now, my mom was on social services for a while when I was growing up. My dad left. It's a long story, okay? We went from being very wealthy to being very poor almost overnight because my dad left with everything in the middle of the night, literally. Then we worked our way back to where I helped my mom, but there were times I would hide when people from my high school came to drop off food baskets. I didn't want them to know I lived there. So I get being on assistance. I remember my mother being grateful and actually almost guilty because she had to have food stamps for a while. And she got a small check from social services. And back then they would monitor everything. They were very strict. And I remember this. So I don't mind when people call and they are on public assistance and they have complaints. They have a right to have complaints. They have a right to be treated with dignity, and self-respect is something they should have. I also believe there's an entitlement attitude with some people as well, where it's like they believe the world owes them. These disabilities they have, for some reason, everyone owes them. And I have something to say about disabilities. I, for one, am one of these people who believe there are legit disabilities and there are BS disabilities. Now, I'm not telling you which ones are which. I'll leave that to you. But there are people who are disabled, quote, disabled, and then people who are really disabled. Again, these are private thoughts I have. When it comes to people calling the show, I truly start out wanting to help each and every person. But that one woman that called, I just want to give her as an example. I want to help her if I can, but every single aspect of her life, she had problems and complaints. Every aspect. There wasn't one thing she didn't complain about. And then on top of that were her disabilities and everyone else around her taking advantage of her. And she was on Section 8 housing. What would you do in my place? I want you to tell me. What would you do? Now, here's where it gets political. This guy said, typical comments, when I was reading some of the comments from my listeners about she should be grateful for this, why is she complaining? The more you give people, the more they want, blah, blah, blah. Somebody, and I don't know who it is, but I give credence to everyone who takes the time to text me. This texter says, typical comments, I'm sure, from your mostly conservative listening audience. They totally lack compassion for anyone outside of their family and church circles. Think about what that person said. These are typical comments. This person believes, he or she, I don't know, but they believe that mostly conservatives are listening, and I'm not sure if that's true or not, and that out of the conservative audience, they don't have compassion if you're outside of your family and church circle. I don't know what the truth is there. Are liberals more giving and generous than conservatives are? I think conservatives do have a bit of a pre-qualification. I do believe that. I really do. I believe that they don't just give, but they pre-qualify to a certain extent. And I don't mean pre-qualify based on their church or their family circle, but they pre-qualify based on, does this person really need help? And why do they need help? I do that. I'm going to be straight with you here. When I hear people who need help, I qualify them. I put them into three groups. People who just complain and are lazy, good-for-nothing bums and will do nothing to help themselves. That's one group. Another group are those who legitimately are trying like hell to get out of their situation, and they're victims of their circumstances. Okay? And then the other group are those who don't really have problems, but they perceive problems everywhere. So, have you noticed that with my listeners? There are people who perceive problems everywhere, but they don't really have problems, not compared to others. The others who are just true victims and want so hard to get out of their situation, and they call for genuine help. And then there are those who are dirty, rotten, good-for-nothing, lazy bums. They're leeches on society. Again, that's what I've noticed, these categories. But I have also noticed that it is absolutely true that most of my complaints about conditions, housing conditions, come from people who are on subsidized housing. Now, is it possible that those who convert their rentals to Section 8 and go for that clientele are taking advantage of these people? Do we need to keep an eye on them? Do you think conservatives are nasty, judgmental people who don't really want to help? Do you think liberals are more giving? I'm just asking these questions. Today seems to be a weird day because people who called for help, my God, I don't know where to start. You see, that's why I asked her, can you give me two problems at least we can work on? Because if you call with so many problems, we don't know where to start. Then that kind of thing is almost helpless. Like you're so hard up. I don't even know where to start to help you. That woman, for example, she every time we mention a part of her body or a part of her life, she had a problem. She had her brain injury. She had everything. I swear to God, everything was wrong with her. Everything. And everything was wrong with where she lived. How do you help people like that? I'm asking. I'm truly asking you. After doing this for 50 years, it seems to me that I have some cases I don't know what to do. Now, Confucius called earlier and said there was a sewer gas smell coming from an area of Coors Field where he works in concessions and wanted to know what to do. And I said, well, call the health department. If you think it's of danger to workers, call OSHA. They'll investigate. And then Deputy D said he had a contact over at Aramark who knew people, and he should talk to her and see maybe where she would send him.
Tom, based on my memory of Confucius' previous calls to us, he works in concessions at both the Pepsi Center and apparently here at Coors Field. Those are operated by Aramark. So the reason that I suggested Confucius contact Aramark first is because he's already their employee. And the lady whom I referred Confucius to has been there for, I think, at least 15 years. Now, she doesn't work in the facilities department, but she knows everybody who works at Coors Field. So she'll be able to say, hey, call Joe. His office is over there by Dock 7. I think that's
right. It was just a contact. We weren't suggesting that this is Aramark's problem.
Right. It's just a place to start. Now, I could call Coors Field and find out who is in charge of addressing sewage smells, but it's one of those things like,
where do you start?
Confucius a fish, or do we teach him how to fish?
Yeah. So Confucius, you hear what D is saying. He gave you that contact only as a means to start so you guys can network and find the right person.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I want to talk to an HR person with Aramark or not.
No. Look at Confucius, you're not trying to make trouble. I hear somebody sincerely wondering, where's this smell coming from?
Yeah.
I'm surprised members of the public have not mentioned it maybe to people at Coors Field, and Coors Field hasn't looked into it.
I know the area that Confucius is talking about.
You do?
Yeah, I've been there a whole bunch of times on business, and it's in the basement.
It's between Rock Pile and Rock Pile and where
Tom, there's a horseshoe-shaped basement at Coors Field.
A horseshoe-shaped basement.
Yeah, it's under the main level. And it's a basement that serves like all the, their elevators there to send concessions up. It's that place.
It's a working basement.
It's a working basement. So I know the area he's talking about. And there's also a microbrewery down there, a lot of storage. So
okay.
That's what he smells.
All right. Thank you for calling Confucius. That's really, we've exhausted what we can tell you to do. I think, though, the health department and OSHA are two good things, too, two areas to start. Now, earlier, I asked Deputy Chopper to look into something. A guy called from Homer Glen, Illinois. He said he lived in a storage facility for 15 years, run by the ex-mayor of Homer Glen. He said the ex-mayor started making life miserable for him and wanted to get rid of him, and started plotting against him. And this is where the story comes off the rails. Peter said, basically it's just a giant, long litany of wrongdoings, he said, the mayor and his buddies did to get this guy out. They made him sick. He ended up in a hospital for 2 years and just got out. Now, again, I labeled the guy as maybe a nut job because, again, every single area of his life was turned upside down. He's blaming the ex-mayor and his cohorts for doing it. So what, Chopper, I said, talk to the guy off the air and see if there's a legit concern here we might be able to help him with.
Tom, I contacted Homer Glen's public information officer. I expected to get all kinds of information from him. The strangest thing was they never heard of him. So that started to make me think
They
No.
never heard of this guy, Peter?
Yes, they never heard of him. So then he kept on talking about a Country Club Hills town meeting, and I was able to pull that up on YouTube.
And what is Country Club Hills? Why does he keep bringing that up?
That's just another town.
Okay.
Down there. I work this area for FEMA. You go 5 miles and you're in another town.
Okay.
In another police department. I was able to bring that up on YouTube, and if anyone wants to look and see what this guy is, he gave the exact same speech to that city council that I sat and listened to for a half an hour when I talked to him. The guy's very fluent, but I really think he's the Drew of Chicago.
Do you think any of these problems are real?
Well, what really started...
And what I don't understand is, how did Homer Glenn say they never heard of him when you can go to YouTube and find the guy talking to city council?
Well, that's two different cities. What's worrying me now, and I am going to follow up on this later, he's starting to talk about getting a gun and maybe doing...
No. You got to call the police on that.
I know, and maybe doing suicide by cop. That really worries me, and he gave me some hints.
Listen, Chopper, I learned years ago never to take idle threats idly. You know the guy that bulldozed his way through that town up in
Granby?
Yeah. Do you know he called my radio show the day before?
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Yep. He called my radio show and was so frustrated with the local government and stuff. And again, we thought, well, this guy's a nut job, because everything he talked about was how they were out to get him. And then he went and rigged up this bulldozer and did it. Yeah, he had called my show before he did it.
Break time, buddy.
Problem I have 3 different cities that this guy's like a moving target.
I want to look up. What do we look up
at.
on YouTube to see him? What do we look up?
You look up Country Club Hills Town Meeting.
Country Club Hills Town Meeting. Okay.
December 9th of 24. I sent it to you, actually, to the helpline.
Okay, good.
You can see it.
All right, we got more coming right up on the Troubleshooter Show.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Yeah, there's a lot of hail damage out there right now. I recommend Excel Roofing. They don't take a cent until you're content. I think it's impossible for consumers to get hurt with their contract. They detail their contract up front. You sign it. There's no penalty clauses for changing your mind. There's no deposits required. All they want to do is fix your roof. They have more than 35,000 satisfied customers. What you need to do is get on the Excel train. Get lined up to have them do it the right way. And remember, you don't pay a cent until you're content. Don't sign anything at the door. Don't be high pressured. Don't go with someone that doesn't have heritage. Go with Excel, E-X-C-E-L, excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400, 303-761-6400. Red Rocks Roof and Solar will do your solar system the right way. Red Rocks Roof and Solar. These are the people that truly know how to do solar, from sales to installation to service. And they can really help you because they know the ins and outs of it. They're not just salespeople. Do you know most solar companies are not solar companies at all? It's a fragmented industry. Some people doing sales, some doing installation, and then good luck trying to get service. With Red Rocks, you get it all, and you get people that know what they're doing. If you're looking for a system, especially a commercial system, where you can get it paid for by the government, if you qualify, give them a call, 303-704-2449, 704-2449, redrocksrs.com. You're looking for a dependable construction company to do home improvements, whether it's basements, kitchens, baths, Anything on the outside of your house, windows, siding, doors, decks, painting, and more, Genesis Total Exteriors.com. Also doing interiors, of course. Genesis. I've known Mark and Madeline for years. This is a company in an industry where trust is hard to come by. But with Genesis, you can trust them. Genesis Total Exteriors.com. 303-679-8509. Genesis.
Dragon.
Man, this is one hell of a...
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
This is one hell of a day, I'll tell you. We've had some crazy ass shit. Okay, I couldn't find it. So what am I not looking at? YouTube?
I forwarded it to you a
What?
second time. It
How
should
did
be
you
at the top of your inbox.
Okay, thank you.
Yo, Dragon.
Dragon.
Yo.
Do the cops in Japan have guns?
I don't have anything on here. Oh, there it is. Country Club. I want to see this. I want to see this guy.
It's about halfway through, Tom, and he has a cane. You'll see him.
God almighty. Does he have a hoodie on?
You know what? It was a sweatshirt, but it's not the first guy. It's the second one that speaks.
And did he give the same speech?
Identical. That's what's so weird.
Yeah. I can't see him. I see a guy
pull
with
it up.
I see a guy with a hoodie. Actually, they both have hoodies.
He's hair challenged with glasses.
Does he have a hat on?
No. That's the first guy.
Okay.
Scott, can you please send me your email address at your earliest opportunity?
It says when you see something, say something.
Sure.
How can
Yes,
I say
that's it.
something when it says the crime that you're gonna talk about is anonymous? Anonymous crime number. Well, when you press the button on your Google phone, they have the mayor arrested or the police chief arrested.
Oh, God.
What does the Google tell you? Everything else but. So when you go to complain on that sign, they'll know who's getting a complaint anyway.
Why do they even let this guy waste their time?
I had $550,000 worth of my steel stock stolen. The ex-mayor, Dwight Welch, the crook that didn't get in the second time and the good mayor beat him out. Well, we know how crooked he was. On his part-time job when he's not doing nothing, he came and stole my property. I have him on video. It's on my phone. He says, you can call me anything you want to call me. I go, well, I'll go to the police department. I'll have you arrested. When I make the police report...
Why do they let him go on and on and on and on and on?
My 1987 Grand National with 30,000 miles, Black Knight, was stolen.
They limit him to, I think, the routine 3 minutes.
Davidsons, 2 shipping containers, and I got Dwight Welch moving a shipping container out, and he told me to please leave the property. Well, when authorities threatening you, I call my lawyer. He says that's what they want you to do, to bang them up a little bit so they could put you in jail. I stood back, got a civil rights attorney. Now the civil rights attorney doesn't want to get a mark on his back for going against the police department and the FBI.
TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. We're going to have to sift through some of these nuts. We're just going to have to do it. And I decided we're not going to take that case, Chopper, from that Peter. You're right. He made the speech on YouTube to another city council, the same exact thing. The guy's just a nut, okay? I mean, you know, it's funny how many nuts there are. I swear to God, it's amazing to me how many nuts there are. Now, who wants to call Section 8 for Julie?
They gave that to me, Tom.
Oh, of course they did. I think you're the designated nut person.
Well, I hate to say it. When I was out there on the street, they all was in my precinct, so I am.
Now, Deputy Dollar, I asked you to call on which one? Oh, on this the Kia Forte. Woman had a 2020 Kia in a body shop, J&O Auto Body. This guy's name's Orlando. It's been in there for 14 months for the repair of a back quarter panel. He paid $6,000 down, and he can't find out anything about his car. Were you able to get a hold of this guy, Orlando?
Yeah, Tom, I was able to actually get a hold of not Dimitri, Orlando. And we talked about it. And I said, you've had this car for 13 months now? He said, oh, it hasn't been that long. I said, you were paid $6,000 for the initial parts of the repair? Oh, no. And that was for parts. At the end of the day,
it was for parts. So where are the parts?
Yeah, I mean, nothing. He just kept stalling and saying, I'm just a one-man shop, and I don't spend 8 hours a day working on Mike's car. I have other customers to take care of. And I said, did you
ask if he could come and get his car and his money back?
Yeah, and he just hung up on me.
What is Orlando's phone number?
Area code 719.
Yeah.
547-2645.
This guy sounds like a sleaze bucket. I mean, come on, man. So he had nothing to say about a car that's been in his shop for 14 months. Mike's going to have to go get his car and then go after the guy for $6,000. Here's what I would do.
That's what we talked about.
In fact, Mike could probably get his money back. I'll bet you. Here's what I would do. I would go with a sheriff's deputy or something. I would get my car back. No matter how I had to do it, it will never pay to have the car there.
He's going to do that Friday.
He's going to do it Friday?
Yeah, he's going to. I told him to have a sheriff go with him.
Then he needs to sue Orlando for $6,000, and I believe, or the parts, but I believe he'll get a judgment. And then what you do is what's called a writ of execution. A lot of people get judgments, but they don't know what to do with them. If you got a judgment for $6,000 against this guy and then did a writ of execution, you can literally, with the sheriff standing by, go in and take from this guy's shop stuff worth $6,000 to sell. People don't know the power of a judgment. They don't know the power of a judgment. They have to do it. They have to carry it through. I am so tired of liars, cheats, and ripoffs. If we weren't so successful in some cases, I think I'd get downright despair. I would suffer despair over this. This show can be very depressing at times, but we have enough successes from time to time that at least, I can say at least we're doing some good. But the real good I hope I'm doing, the real good is people listening. And all of the people who don't call, all of the people who listen and prevent problems, they don't do the stupid things over and over. So I never hear from them. How many people out there have been saved by this show that we never hear from? That's the important thing. Do you ever get discouraged? Now, Deputy D, do you ever get discouraged? Deputy Dollar? Deputy Chopper?
Absolutely.
Yes, I do.
It does get discouraging, doesn't it?
Only when I consider the daunting task of cleaning the house.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it's a lot of vacuuming and wiping.
Oh, yeah.
Clean the bathroom.
Yeah. So having all of these problems, that's why it's great when we can facilitate change and make a difference. Now, this guy says, Tom, your survey, I went back and did a survey and found 85% of the people complaining about conditions had disabilities and were on the public dole. This guy says your survey didn't take into account people who pay 100% of their rent will most likely have a management team that will take care of their property much better. Section 8 property investors get 90% of their money on the 15th of the month, no matter what, because it comes from the federal and state Section 8. And it says, I don't know what the guy doesn't have. The guy doesn't have a period or a comma, so it's hard to read. But what he's saying is my survey is not accurate. Then he gets political. That's how Donald Trump and his father got his wealth in Section 8 housing. Him and his partners pocket the money designed for upkeep and repairs, but they pocket the money.
Break when you can, buddy.
Anyway, again, this guy has Trump derangement syndrome. No matter what I talk about, he turns it into Trump's fault. So I guess this woman's problem is Trump. We got more coming up.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the new Comedy Save Me podcast.
Not too bad as far as delays go. We have the normal congestion starting right now. Northbound I-25 approaching the Stadium Curve. Westbound I-270 approaching Commerce City. The left lanes are still blocked due to an earlier crash on I-70 eastbound at US 40. Looking onto Pena, there's a wreck southbound approaching Green Valley Ranch. With traffic, I'm Kelly Kane.
Hey, I'm Lynn Hoffman, and I host the Comedy Saved Me podcast, the behind-the-scenes stories from comedians about the power of laughter. Listen to the Comedy Saved Me podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, air conditioning requires maintenance just like anything, and if you've never had it done, Fix It will do the extreme clean check and tune of your AC condition for just $39. So if you've not had it done, experience the 2-hour service where they take apart that air conditioner to the extent they can and do a practical refurbishment, cleaning each nook and cranny of each part, including the blower motor and the blower box. They get that air conditioner working like new, and it adds life to your furnace and it adds efficiency. FixMyHome.com, book now. And remember, if you're ever told you need any kind of expensive replacement, they do free second opinions for the asking. Fix it 24/7. The people I have in my home. FixMyHome.com, book now. Shopping for an attorney should never, ever, ever be done under pressure, especially when it comes to personal injury. What I love about John Fuller, here's the bottom line. Information free of charge right up front. You can talk to John immediately. When you call, they don't try to talk you into signing up. You say, I want to talk to John. They'll get your call to John, or John will take the phone right then and there. You ask John all the questions you have about your case, and he'll talk to you free of charge with no obligation. If you decide to hire him, it will be on a percentage fee basis, but all the information he gives you is free right now. Call him. If you have an injury, you have questions, call him. 303-597-4500. Keep that name. I hope you never need it. 303-597-4500.
Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show.
My precinct was Broadway, Spears,
I have a really good
Triangle,
SBA update.
Oh, good.
And Scott's case. That's identical to mine.
all the nuts.
The
I'm sure.
SBA
Martino
was,
Administration.
right, and who was the person?
Mary Ann.
Tom Martino
I got it.
Show.
Okay, good.
I used to write mental households like, two a
Oh,
day.
we are a call-in radio show where we help people with problems. Did you
Yeah,
need
like-
help with something?
My son lives at 10th and Bannock,
Well, that was in my area.
and I'll tell you, you go up
what's your
like at
number,
10th
sir?
and Broadway, there's a Circle K, and you always see
Oh, well,
Well,
these
yeah.
transients
Okay.
hanging around up
Yeah,
there.
so I
That used to be
probably
in,
left you a message this
remember,
morning because
Vickers?
you called us and left a voicemail.
Yeah, that sounds
Or it changed names
right.
several times. Filling station you're talking about, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
so you don't need help with anything?
But right, I don't know. There's so
Okay.
many apartments right
Well, you
around
have
here.
a wonderful
But it
rest of
seems
your
like
day.
it's an okay
Well, it is
neighborhood.
let me tell you, it's a lot cleaner than what it was.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, there wasn't all the nicer. Those are nice apartments compared to what it used to be.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're brand new and.
I don't even know. Is
Okay, now.
Did they close?
I used to work at 9th and Bannock in high school.
What's Rickenbach?
No, it
Let's
was
see.
a Canyon tobacco wholesaler.
That guy, man, what a fucking nut.
Sure.
Not DQ.
Yeah,
I
that's.
think that was
You're
called
funny.
Loman Sales. But
I handled.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
Dan McKenzie
Like, I had
wasn't
to go pick up
available today,
cigarettes
so I
sometime
rescheduled him and
DQ.
Gary to come back on tomorrow.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Sit over there.
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
maybe I won't be going downtown.
Yeah, I handled the two females. I didn't make the arrest, but I went in and found him, and I tell you, there was blood from the back door all the way upstairs into the.
Did I just see lightning?
And I got to know the family, and so they went out of business. And they, they said, hey, we want candy to be given to the kids. And I said, yeah, I'll give it to all the districts and everything. I said, what are you gonna do with those baseball cards? He said, well, we'll just throw them. Man, they must have given me like 20 boxes of.
Oh my
I
gosh.
had baseball cards. I mean, packs of the year packs and stuff. Of course, I sold them. What else could I do? But yeah, DQs and.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not like if we ran short of one particular brand, I'd go pick up a couple cases from the queues,
Yep.
or we'd trade them if they needed something.
I can't even remember if I'm saying that right. If it was pronounced DQ or D.
That's how I remember
Yeah.
the queue.
And I must have ate at the grist mill. You remember that?
Oh yeah, we used to go there for lunch.
Yeah, Spearin, right across from Denver General.
Yeah.
Yep. I ate a lot of meals at the grist mill and the Lotus Room.
Right. Right. Yeah, the grist. I was trying to remember the name of that restaurant.
What?
The Grist Mill.
The grist mill.
Hi, Tom Martino here. How is your life, man? It's a day of days, isn't it? It's a day of days trying to help people. All right. We have an update now. This Small Business Administration, a year ago, she said she was contacted by the SBA and told she defaulted on a small business loan taken out during COVID. And those small business loans was a PPP loan. And so they started garnishing her Social Security check, and she has no idea how much they think she even owes. She submitted tax returns, IRS transcripts, ID, etc. She has an identity theft complaint number, but doesn't know where to go with this. Deputy D contacted the regional administrator of the SBA. What's going on with that, D? What's going on with it?
Tom, I got a hold of a deep insider at the Denver SBA. His name is Christopher Chavez, and he says he knows you from a long time ago when you worked at a TV station and they had a help center across the street.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Say hi to you.
Yes.
He is very enthusiastic about helping both Marianne, who called us yesterday, and, Deputy Scott is working an identical case from last fall. You may recall another elderly lady up from Longmont, I believe, is getting her Social Security check garnished. because of a fraudulent SBA loan through the Small Business Administration. So he says the SBA is well aware of this problem. And he said it's going to take many more years to clean this up because presumably there was an enormous amount of fraud. I think we've heard that from, previous news reports on this matter.
I mean, there have been so many people that got rich during COVID.
Illegitimately rich.
Yeah, wrongly rich, right?
Yeah, including the manufacturers of the satanic vaccines. But that's a different issue. But Mr. Chavez is very enthusiastic to help. He said that there are several specialists around the country who work on matters that are exactly what Marianne described to us yesterday. One of these specialists is right here in Denver. So Mr. Chavez says that if I and Deputy Dollar email him the callers' names and their phone numbers, he'll personally contact them and he'll walk.
Oh, that is so good.
System. And he understands that, these are elderly, lonely ladies who also don't have a lot of income. So not only is the money important to them, but they may not have the wherewithal or the energy to work the system on their own. So we are very much looking forward to working with Mr. Chavez. And I told him that we'll keep updating.
Oh, no, that's wonderful.
On this matter as it progresses through the system.
It's just so hard when you're up against the man like that. You're up against the government. I mean, what are these ladies are in their 70s, their late 70s, or?
No, they all sound kind of elderly, but not frail, in case they're listening.
That's a dinger. Let's put it this way, a premature dinger maybe, but at least we're getting somewhere with the government, and that's important.
Yeah, he also agreed to be on our angels list.
Good.
Contact.
So yeah, because we from time to time get calls about that. So anyway, by the way, for those listening, I'm getting reports of golf ball size hail in the Parker and Franktown area, that there's a lot of giant hail going on. So those listening, beware. Man, that's scary. Deputy Dollar, Deputy Chopper, any other follow-ups?
I have one, Tom.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Deputy Chopper, go ahead.
Yeah, this one here, I don't know if you want to light up their phone number or not, but this came from a lady named Carol, probably about 3 weeks ago, and I've been trying to work on it, but I was sick there for that week.
Yeah.
She had the wrong spring put in her garage, and
oh yeah, supposedly they put in a spring that was too heavy.
Yes, that's true. And she gave me the name of the company that now does the garage door. This company has bought several other little companies, and they only answer their phone as garage door. And I probably have called them maybe 7-8 times. And every time I can't get it out of my mouth that, hi, I'm calling from Tom Martino, and they hang up on me. They won't even talk to me about it. I talked to Carol 2 days ago. Nothing's ever been done. She's giving up.
But what are the symptoms? Is she having any symptoms, or is she just wondering about it?
I think she was just wondering about it, but one Clear Choice garage door came on out and took care of the problem. It still cost her, I think, $413.
And she should just proceed. You know what? She should proceed to small claims court because she's already had it repaired.
Yes, and I think that's what I've asked her to give us a call back or call into the show, but I'm going to make contact with her after the show and tell her that, like you said, small claims court.
I think so, because if she gets a judgment, that seems to get people's attention. Major Marc Mager has made quite a hobby of this. Well, he hasn't done any recently, but he wins almost every time, or better yet, they contact him beforehand to settle. And I don't know if Deputy D can talk about it, but he's been using, maybe he doesn't want to talk about it.
Well, I can talk about it.
I find it fascinating what you're doing. Quickly tell people what you're doing.
I sue spammers. So you may recall that it's illegal to send spam to our phones, whether it's called...
Except no one does anything about it.
Well, the government just doesn't have the resources because the sheer volume of spammers and spam. So both of the statutes under which I sue have a right of private action. There's a federal statute called the Telephone Consumer Protection Act, and there's also its state analog in the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. Correct. And so I've been studying.
So there's a right. There's a right to private action.
Yes, and so both statutes also specify what's called statutory damages.
So if you win, do you get attorney's fees?
Yes. Now I'm doing this on my own right now, right? And so I have no attorney fees, but both of those statutes do have a fee shifting provision so that if you do successfully sue a spammer, they're required to pay your attorney bills, or at least the court will award your attorney fees to you.
And to be a spammer, what does it mean?
Well, unsolicited,
just any unsolicited text.
Yeah, like I'm getting a lot of texts about, hey, do you want to buy some health insurance?
Do you have to be on a no-call list for it to work?
Yes, you have to be. There are 2 no-call lists. They're both free, and your entries on those lists never expire. So there's a federal no-call list.
But if you're not on the list, you don't get to sue?
It's a lot harder. So there are other reasons you can sue, but you have to prove a lot more. So for example,
so it's easier if you're on one of those lists. So the very first step, and we got to take this break. I want to give people the steps of getting on that list, and that's their first step. More right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Congestion is building I-25, especially northbound around the Stadium Curve, and westbound I-270 approaching Commerce City. Watch for the 2 left lanes to be blocked from an earlier crash in Jefferson County on I-70. It's eastbound at US 40. Brake lights from that all the way back to Lookout Mountain Road. With traffic, I'm Kelly Kane.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkies. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
K&H Home Solutions, a company that started out as K&H Windows more than 65 years ago. You know what I love about them? Heritage and quality products that not only help your home by being more energy efficient, but makes your home more beautiful as well. And you know what? Increases value. Alpen high performance products, custom crafted, super insulated, thermally efficient windows, doors, lightweight suspended film technology with fully insulated fiberglass or fiberglass reinforced frames. You know what? They were established in 1956. Think about that. Started by Henry. I've known him. I knew Ted, who took over, and now Lee is in charge. You should call this company for quality products. khwindows.com. Hey, I like American Financing for what they're doing with me to help people get out of high interest debt. Okay, here's what they're doing. Here's the quick story. If you have high interest debt accumulated from credit cards, you can take that portion of your equity and do a smart equity loan. So it puts that into a small monthly payment that you can pay off quicker, and you save hundreds of dollars a month, and it immediately improves your credit. That's the story. It's that simple. Only from AmericanFinancing.net. So call them and tell them you want the smart equity loan. You may want a complete refi, by the way, in some cases where you're pulling out cash for one reason or another. Whatever it is, trust my friends at AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000, 303-695-7000.
Scott, I sent you an email with the SBA contact. If you get a chance, take a look at it, please.
So I'm not sure if.
Does your last name begin with the letter P?
Contact. Hopefully, you can help. But a lot of what these, like my case.
Yeah.
They need to file a fraud report. And this.
You gotta follow the
And there's certain steps. And that's what
Hey, Dimitri.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi. Hey, that Mary Ann, she gave me 2 numbers.
Oh, great. I have both of them. You texted me
So
2 numbers.
I sent you the first one I sent you,
Well,
but she said that that might be the one that goes only to voicemail.
Oh, okay. can you, if it's not too much trouble, can you send me her second number?
I don't know if that's.
I sent them both to you yesterday.
Oh, yeah, okay. I just assumed one of them was the wrong number, so I'll call
No,
her.
no. She gave me two, but she said one of them only goes to voicemail, so I'm wondering if maybe it's the 8092.
Yeah, it's the one. That's the one.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's the other one. The 508 ends in 508. The one.
Try the 8092.
Cool.
No hail.
Thank you so much.
Not the
Like I said,
8692.
it was no hail.
Yeah, like 15 minutes.
She wasn't the clearest.
No, really?
Oh, and you know, I've been dialing the wrong area code. Oh, no, I haven't.
Hey, Kachina.
Yes.
This estate of Gary so-and-so, is that for tomorrow's call?
Yeah, Gary. So he's the one with Dan McKenzie. That
Okay.
had
Remember,
the
I'm not
issue
going to
with
be
the
here
estate.
tomorrow, so you're going to have to explain it to Mark.
Oh, that's fine.
All right.
I can do that.
I just hope I get rid of this shit.
Well. Hey, Scott, can you hear me?
Scott?
He doesn't have his headphones on. Hold on.
Okay, it's okay. How much time when we come back?
What am I supposed to do
30
with
seconds.
this thing?
Oh, really?
Yep.
Damn.
What do you want me to
No.
do? Is this yours or remember you? Yeah, I just pulled it on. I pulled it on out, but you said these were so. I didn't want someone to steal it. Okay. All right.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Sorry about
that. Dollar. I mean, D wanted you.
Yeah.
Scott, please check
It's
your
easier
email.
that way.
Hold on.
My SBA
Kelly came in
contact
and just got
information.
real noisy.
Did you get the
Okay, go
SBA
ahead.
contact info you wanted to know?
Yes, I got it. Thanks,
Awesome.
Dimitri.
Good luck.
Hopefully they can help.
All right, well, we're running out of time. Don't forget, we have July 19th. July 19th is a seminar about Vesta Turnkey. Go to mybiggestreturn.com to sign up. I will be there to talk about things as well. So that's mybiggestreturn.com for a seminar July 19th, DTC area, 10 in the morning. Don't forget 303 Martino for help. Save all your problems for me. Thank you, people. Thank you
Follow
all.
Tom
Thank you,
Martino.
Dollar. Thank you, Chopper.
Tom Martino. And
Thank you, guys. See